Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to our final RiskPACC event. It's very good to have you all here, both in the room and also online. We have several participants. I know we have our project partners, of course. We also have a few advisory board members here. We have our associated cities and regions here. We have a few sister projects represented, and I hope I didn't forget anyone, plus, of course, a few other interested participants. So, yeah, welcome. So, yeah, what we are going to do today is we are trying to present more or less in a nutshell what we have produced within the last 3 years, which was a challenge, of course. So in a minute, I will present in very short the overall project, and then there will be a panel session on top-down and bottom-up approaches to risk preparedness and communication, kind of situating RiskPACC in the broader EU research context on disaster resilience. And then after the coffee break, we will have a presentation on the overall RiskPACC collaborative framework, followed by a kind of showcase of our RiskPACC game that we have developed. And then afterwards, our RiskPACC, the digital RiskPACC tools will be presented, and there will also be the possibility to test them in an interactive demonstration. And then, we had a slot for the co-creation methodology, a presentation. Unfortunately, Jeanette this morning had to call in sick, so we will shorten this part. There will be at least a short video presenting the methodology. And then we have our associated cities presenting their experience in RiskPACC. And after closing the workshop, there will also be the possibility to join us for a dinner. And I think we will get some information on that later on. For the online participants, and as soon as there's anything, please post it in the chat. There's someone observing that. So let me continue with RiskPACC in a nutshell. I will do that along 5 key points. So the first one, RiskPACC fosters an understanding of the risk perception action gap, which is misalignments among citizens and civil protection authorities in risk perceptions, related actions, as well as mutual expectations. A bit more in detail, it encompasses first an observation that there's a mismatch between citizens' risk perception and the actions that they are actually taken. And the second point is related to misalignment between different risk perceptions. So the risk perceptions differ, and they especially differ among citizens and civil protection authorities. And the third one is related to expectations, expectations that citizens have towards civil protection authorities. So as an example, whatever happens, there will be someone there to help me out. But also the other way around, expectations that civil protection authorities might have towards citizens, especially related to self-preparedness. A second main point of RiskPACC is applying a co-creation methodology. So RiskPACC partners, civil protection authorities, and citizens have jointly identified needs and jointly developed solutions to address the risk perception action gap. So this co-creation methodology has been implemented in all our case studies within a series of workshops, actually, where citizens and civil protection authorities jointly identified needs and jointly developed procedural and technical solutions. At the third point, a combination of strategic, technical, and procedural solutions facilitates the engagement and two-way communication between citizens and civil protection authorities, and we will hear a lot more about that during the day. The fourth point, there will also be a dedicated presentation on that, so I will just read this. The RiskPACC collaborative framework guides citizens and civil protection authorities in closer collaboration, structured along understanding the context of risk and the community, sharing of knowledge, risk perceptions and expectations, developing relationships of trust, and building of collaborative solutions to enhance communication. As a last point, RiskPACC's two-way communication tools take advantage of crowdsourcing and volunteered geographical information technologies while acknowledging and addressing related challenges. And this will also be part of the digital tool demonstration later on. So, yeah, as mentioned, we have 6 case studies, 5 of them local and 1 global case study. They all relate to different hazard types and a bit different focus in terms of content, in terms of the specific part of the risk perception action gap. And yeah, after developing our solutions in close collaboration with the case studies, they have been transferred to new environments via a selection of cities and regions of the FOS network. And we will hear also their experience later on. Main results will be consolidated in the so-called RiskPACC. And this will be presented in 2 forms. One is the online platform, which you will see later today. And the other form is the physical version of the RiskPACC, where the core part is the already mentioned RiskPACC board game. So yeah, that said, that was kind of RiskPACC in a nutshell. And so I would now hand over to Guillaume, who will lead the next session.
All right. Thank you, Mike. Good morning, everyone. So this is kind of the first real session to this workshop. So we will have a few panelists for this opening session. I don't know whether you would prefer to sit here. It's possible, or should you want to sit over there so that everyone can see you? It's up to you, both Maria and GP. Go right there. All right. So I'll let you go there for a brief instant. So yes, I do have the control of it. Today on this session, we'll discuss the top-down and bottom-up approaches to risk preparedness and communication. So I will give like a short introduction. As you already had an introduction of the RiskPACC project, I will mostly focus on the societal resilience cluster. And then after, our panelists will be Maria Vitora Gargiulo from the core project, which is also a partner project in the SRC. We'll also have Max Steinhausen from the Directed project, and Juha-Pekka Japola from DG ECO. So in this kind of panel, we'll try to discuss several things, such as feedback to policy, but also at different levels. That might be the relation to our project with the communities, local authorities, but also this top-down approach with the Commission, but also the bottom-up approach. So how can our project fit into future policies? So in the order, it will be Maria first, and after we'll have Max, and then after GP for its final presentation. There would be like a few questions at the end. Obviously, you will be both on people online and here. You will have the opportunity to ask any question. Just so a few words about the SRC. I mean, it's continuously growing compared to when I got first involved in the SRC meetings almost 2 years ago. So it's a cluster of projects involved in DRS, both under Horizon 2020, but also in Horizon Europe. Some of them are have ended. Some of them are quite new. I guess this is also one of the purpose of this cluster, is to sustain these activities, to pool knowledge, best practices, share methodologies as well. And we also co-organize some events, some workshop, and we try to support each other. We also attend all together certain, some bigger event, such as the Union of Civil Protection Network, or the series DRS event that occurred a couple of weeks ago here in Brussels. But well, the SRC cluster is not only about this, so the usual cluster and the cooperation synergies that you will have, you will find among projects dealing with the same issue. What is really different about the SRC? So thanks to the HRB, so we come up with this with several things, such as the common visual identity. So we have the common logo, which is right here on the policy brief. So there are like several also materials over there around the table. So please feel free to pick some of them. They are in several languages, so please feel free to bring some of them back home. But it's also about gathering some of our respective project outputs. So 2 years ago, as I said, we did not only came up with organizing common event or participating to event as a group of project, but we actually organized several meetings where we actually try to identify some of the key challenges in GRS, and we also compared it with our project outputs, and we try to actually fill the gap and to have it like in a structured way. One of the key challenges that we face at the end, especially as regard to the exploitation, but also how to feed into current policies at different levels, so local, national, international level, was how to reach out to this to policymaker, how to actually present some of our project outputs. And usually, these are research innovation projects. What we usually do is we come up with either really technical or very academic background, and this is actually an issue because policymakers, they do not have this background at all. So we need to find this kind of common ground where we can actually present. They can actually understand what we do, why is it important, and how they can actually benefit from it. Another issue is that basically, as you can see, like these are the NAM project, but it's continuously growing. So I guess like now there might be like a 10th project and joining us, or it will be soon the case with the upcoming calls. But it's about like also they do not always know who you are. For example, in RiskPACC, we have like several partners, they were the associated cities. So this actually is the process of letting them know what we do. But yeah, sometimes it's difficult to reach out to these people because they do not know who you are. They say like, okay, it was funded by the commission, but then that's it. So with a common thing, where we say basically we're gathering all our project all together, they say like, okay, it's several people working together to have it like something in a simple format, easy to understand, easy to read, and this is what actually also what we try to do with the assessing. So next, I guess it's kind of so as I said, this is one of the main outputs, the social resilience, the RSRC policy brief. We're really happy with what it actually can provide to policymakers at several levels, and we actually hope that it will have an impact and will continue to also support, sustain the interest from future projects later on. So that was it. Try to stay very concise to actually also stress the difference with the other clusters. From that it could be done under by different set of projects. So now I will just give the floor to our first panelist. So Maria, I would probably like to make a quick jump to you so that I can hand it over the controller. So yeah, here we go.
Thank you, Guillaume, for the introduction, and thank you to the whole project for having us here. Just before going into the full discussion, I just wanted to introduce you a little bit about the project CORE that I'm representing here, which is a sister project of RiskPACC. CORE stands for Science and Human Factor for Resilient Society. Okay, good. I managed the good button. I always get confused. And the main objective, in a way, of the project is to develop an harmonized vision of crisis management awareness and capability through transdisciplinary collaboration. For this reason, between, of course, environmental and social sciences community. For this reason, the consortium is like all of the consortium of a project of this kind, a multidisciplinary one. But the main idea is to establish common metric, and one of the output that we had so far with respect to both natural and man-made disaster scenarios, and how to measure, control, and mitigate the impact on population with a specific attention and focus on vulnerable groups. Core within these 3 years has identified and used best practice and knowledge from different case studies, and also from countries outside of EU, like Japan, who has a lot of high levels of risk awareness among the population, and also has devoted great attention and education to schools. You can see the logo of RiskPACC there because I wanted to highlight the commonality in the, again, bridging the gap that Guillermo's already spoke about. In brief, we are, as you, coming to an end, unfortunately, very soon, on the 30th of September of this year. We are, our consortium is made of 1/3 of practitioners, basically, so 6 out of 18 partners from 11 different countries, involving more than 80 researchers. And what we have, our methodology is structured on 5 different pillars, which is starting from building a safety culture, understanding how social media can be both a threat and help to install, in a way, the safety culture as a community resilience tool, understanding and studying both disaster scenarios, human behavior, and disaster community as an identity has factors for resilience, understanding and studying cascading effect, and building on governance. This is basically the methodology, and the activities on all the study have been carried out to 7 case studies, 6 of them with specific investigation on past events, on specific location. The last one, it's a benchmark case because, of course, it was global because it was the pandemic. The idea there, and again, we go there with the bottom-up, top-down approach, is the elaboration of a crisis modeling framework using human factors, social and societal factors, organizational aspect, and cascading effects, and then defining and testing suitable indicators for such framework using data coming from these things, so human factor data, social and societal data, and considering diversity among all Europe and social groups at large scales. And then when we have these indicators and this framework, testing it with citizens and community, using citizens and different levels of as individual capacity, but also citizens as civil society representation, rescue agency, and so on. The main idea, and again, we have a lot of points of contact with RiskPACC in this, is, as you can also understand from the title of the project, to bring to the table both science and human factor, because this is the only way of creating resilience in a way and make the gap actionable. The main results and then recommendation and guidelines to develop a culture of improved preparedness and adaptability and resilience, and to accommodate the differences and the human variety spectra and social characteristic and the vulnerabilities, of course. The main results that we have had so far are both in supporting policymakers, first responders, and communities, again, as assistants to RiskPACC in a way, via recommendation and guidelines coming from different analysis and different approaches, top-down, comparative analysis among the case studies, analysis to find misinformation and studies about that, coming from the comparative analysis of safety cultures in different EU regions. And this is a two-way, in a way, because we have both the analysis top-down, but also we involved a lot of the population into this with workshops, surveys, and focus groups. The recommendation coming from the analysis of the role of trust on resilience, the contribution on the policy brief that Guillermo's already spoken a lot about, and then an app that was created by students because we had training with the teachers, and then the teachers trained the students, and we had the competition, and we're gonna have one full app and one content app, in a way, that was completely created by the students about disseminating and risk perception, basically. Thank you, and if you want to know a little bit more about the project, you can go on the website and on all the channels. Thanks.
All right.
Oh no, you need
it's fine. You can leave it there because like our next presenter would be Max from the directed project, who will present it from online or. All right. So I need it. Okay. Sorry.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
So Max, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you perfectly.
All right.
Can you hear me too?
Yes, we do. Loud and clear. So do you want me to switch from one slide to the other, or I don't know whether Max can take the control of the slide, or so just let me know, and then after I will switch to the other side.
I will. Yeah, thank you for the invitation to speak today on the panel. I'm joining you from Braunschweig in northern Germany. I was unfortunately not able to come to Brussels on this day, but now I'm happy to introduce to you the directed project. Our team works on the subject of disaster resilience for extreme climate events, and we are aiming to provide interoperable data, models, communication, and governance. And the focus really here is on interoperability for us. And we've been working on the project now for about 1.5 years. Next slide, please. Oh, just for you to know, I'm not seeing the slides, so I'll just trust that you are seeing them. So we, the project was really born out of the realization that there are so many concepts out there already, so many models and data and policies in the disaster risk management and climate change adaptation space that we can build on as a project, but that really need connecting and that need support to become more interoperable. And when we talk about interoperability, we mean that on all the different levels and in all the phases of the classical disaster risk management cycle. So we don't only work on preparedness, but also on prevention, response, recovery. And we're aiming to improve all the interfaces between the different actors in this cycle and the different data and model sources. The next slide, please. At the center of our projects, and that's really the core of our methodology, are the real-world labs. We have 4 real-world labs that form the collaborative environments for us in the project for learning and innovation. And we do that through a co-production process similar to RiskPACC, and I think very similar to the core project as well, where we go with a few inputs. We go to the real world labs and we ask them about the challenges they really face in their regional context with climate change adaptation and disaster risk management, and they feed back to us in the project and tell us what we should focus on. That's really the core of our methodology, and that gives the real world labs a lot of power and a lot of agency in the project. And we're working there with the capital region of Denmark. We're working with the Rhine-Erft region in the west of Germany that was hit by the devastating floods of 2021. We're looking at the Danube region with 2 focus areas in Austria and Vienna and in the Zala region in Hungary. And we're working with the Emilia-Romagna region in northern Italy that was just last year struck by first droughts, then extreme flooding and landslides. And we're doing this work with a multi-risk perspective. So we're looking at pretty much all the disasters that are influenced by climate change. Next slide, please. And working together with the real-world labs, we make use of the risk tandem framework. That is our framework that we are developing together with the real-world labs, where we bring together this co-production process and a number of selected risk governance frameworks. And this is really the process that I already mentioned, where we go to the real-world labs and we first help them analyze their situation, and we then try to come back and provide guidance through the risk governance frameworks that feed into Risk Tandem, and then monitor their progress and learn from them to improve their risk governance setups. And when we go to the next slide, we will see what that means in practice. We go through these co-exploration workshops with our real-world labs. We play serious games with them. For example, we've played a serious game developed by the Myriad project, another project, another sister project to ours. And we're also planning to play the RiskPACC game. We're preparing that. We're studying the guidelines for that one. And we also do real-world exercises. We've just been to Rimini in the Emilia-Romagna region, and we've had a disaster management exercise there, engaging a lot of volunteers. And we had all the other real-world labs there to learn from this exercise. And if we then go to the next slide, these learnings that we take from the real-world labs of their setups, they feed into the data fabric that we're developing, which is developed as an open source cloud platform that is supposed to help the real-world labs to connect all their data sources and models and also visualizations to better communicate amongst each other in the context of disaster risk management, but also communicate to the citizens and to stakeholders in their regions the results of their modeling approaches. And I want to come to an end, so we go to the next slide, where I will let you know that we have 18 partners in the project, and we include in these partners universities, but also private companies, civil protection agencies, and we are not a pure research project, but rather an innovation project. So at the end of Directed, you can expect a number of tools that will have a high technological readiness level. That will be, for example, the Risk Tandem framework with all the guidance that comes with it. And it will also be the data fabric that we will make available for other regions to use as well. And we will end our project in the end of 2026. And if you'd like to learn a little bit more, please go ahead and scan the QR code and visit our website. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Max. So now we'll have our final panelist. So I'm going to heading back. I'm going to try to make another try.
Can I start, or do you want to?
Yes, for sure. The floor is yours. Go ahead.
Thank you. Sorry for the awkward pause. I was waiting for Guillaume to walk back the distance. Hi, everybody. My name is RiskPACC. I usually just call JP because it's a little bit easier to pronounce for most people. And I am from DG ECHO, which I think the full name is Director General for European Civil Protection and Humanitarian Aid Operations. ECHO, again, for short, for easiness. But if those who do not know, it's the Commission's DG in charge of, for example, coordinating civil protection agencies and coordinating European response, prevention, and preparedness to disasters. And thankfully for everybody, I only have one slide with a few animations to spice it up. And because it's July, also one slide is enough at this point of the year. But I have a few generic points on, let's say, the Commission's viewpoint to feedback to policy, but I'll also tie it in with the projects that are represented here. And just to mention, of course, Carmen here represents the funding side, but we might be the more the end user side who sees how or knows more how these projects are then possibly integrated into policy. But if we start with the first point, that I think this applies both to top down and bottom up integration, that whenever any project wants to have an influence on, for example, for the Commission, the advice should be, or the policy recommendation should always be tailored, integrated, and combined. Tailored in the sense that there is no single policymaker or officer or policy officer or technical officer or analyst or whichever job title you want to take who influences policy, who is like out of one box. They all prefer different things. And I bet it's the same for, as Guillaume was talking, for the municipalities or cities, that they always want in a different format. So some might prefer 10 PowerPoint slides, or some might prefer 2 PowerPoint slides, some might want on the webinar, some might want to meet you all together. I don't know if this is good advice, but it's just rather that it's whenever you do recommendations, you should always try to think of and tailor it. I know it takes a lot of your time again, and since you don't necessarily always have it in your grant documents to do that. The integration, I think, was very well already in the presentations so far, that we always advocate for co-design and co-creation, just so you would be immediately during the project, you would be doing it with civil protection agencies or disaster risk managers and so on. But I think that was very wonderfully already over displayed over there. But on the combination, there are nicely publications already, it was mentioned, but this was a very, for our viewpoint, a very good initiative. We call it a synthesis policy brief. I don't know if that's the actual terminology that you use, but sometimes we have, let's say, the problem that we can, since we have to be fair to all the projects and all the people of Europe, we cannot necessarily take only one project because they are quite similar from a high level viewpoint. So in this sense, it was wonderful that there's a synthesis of I think nine projects already. It gives it a lot more credibility, since you are likely, hopefully you agree on everything that is in the policy brief, and it's a lot easier for us also to start maybe taking it into policy, because we are not favoring one project just because I know the person or something like that. So in terms of combination, that was a extremely good example out of it. Then if you go to the second point, and this was also already nicely visible in some of the slides, that it's, I think in current days, projects already have a very good, let's say, dissemination, work package and so on, but sometimes they might be lacking a little bit of, let's say, policy analysis, that by the time your grant agreement is in order, the policy might have changed already at that point totally, or by the time you're ending, the policy will likely be already totally different, because a project can last the same time as a commission. But there was, for example, already, okay, those are super duper small, but anyway, but there was already a mention of the EU disaster resilience goals, which ECHO advocates for quite a lot. It's in our timeline still a new document, so I adopted last year, January, but it gives the EU's opinion on where disaster resilience, or what are the key points of disaster resilience that also projects should go forward with. So for a top-down approach, it's always good if you can devote time to, let's say, policy analysis, or not even analysis, but just trying to monitor, or trying to taking the official commission newsletter, press room, whichever, you can see new policies coming out and so on, because again, it's a lot better to integrate into those, because the commission says its demands through, or its needs through policies or policy documents and so on. And just as a bit of a tidbit from the inside, you might know, most of you, that the Commission is now reforming after the Parliament. There is a very big need for projects such as RiskPACC and Core and Directed, and I'm already forgetting one over there, since I haven't had more than 2 coffees yet. But there's a very big need for, let's say, behavioral or citizen preparedness or population preparedness evidence at the moment, because we believe that, let's say, CP agencies and the systems and the formal part of the response and prevention and preparedness is working very well to most aspects, but we don't necessarily know what the citizens are doing always, or if they believe our risk communications, or if they, how do we even communicate them properly? I mean, of course, we can always push out tweets and so on, but we don't necessarily have knowledge if they actually affect it. And a very big document that's going to come out on that is the so-called Niinistö report. So the former president of Finland is on the request of the Commission drafting by, I think, autumn, midway, a report on where the EU should head in the next Commission on disaster resilience, among others. And I know there's quite a lot of, let's say, preparation in the background now. You might have heard of, for example, the Prepare EU initiative that's based on the disaster resilience goal. So there's quite a lot of evidence gathering on that, where the Prepare EU should head and what are the priorities. So it's a kind of opportune moment for the document mentioned over there, but also that since many of the projects are ending now and they are mature. So, but as said, that's still a bit in the ice because the Commission is forming. Last but not least, a bit on terms of sustainability. I know there was, for example, there was a RiskPACC platform, and I don't know if you're going to have funding for it after the project ends. No need to answer, but we have the new knowledge library. I mean, there's millions of platforms and websites already in existence, but that was created by the Commission and by ECHO for the reason that project websites tend to die after funding ends if there is no institutional money coming from one of the institutions. One of my colleagues was just the other day trying to find the Links website, but apparently it's already down. And I know that website has, the library has had its share of technical problems or IT development problems, in the sense of that everything is late, as always with our IT projects. But I highly advocate for the ending projects to submit the very added value documents, not necessarily every deliverable you have available, but for example, I think that the document on the left is already in English format over there, but if somebody could kindly also submit, I think there was French and German and Italian versions over there too, because it's, again, a lot better integration for our officers that it's in, and that's going to be a sustainable platform because it's Commission funded. So until somebody decides to change the law, that platform will be, or that library will be there. But it's also a lot easier for officers to go there instead of going through the millions of different project websites and so on. But I'll end over there to keep it concise and allow also for discussion. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, GP. Very interesting, by the way. So basically, I guess like you all get the point of this panel. So bringing a project member of the RSSC, producing some gathering project outputs to share it with policymakers, making understandable, accessible to everyone, and trying to have an impact. But it's also important to understand, as you said, with a tailored, integrated, and combined, approach to also understand what we need to deliver, so that basically it also address your needs, what you are looking for, and we can actually combine forces. Probably I will start with, I have a couple of questions. Obviously, should you have any question, there would be some room after. I already have one. So maybe I will start with this one, right? And then after, also for those of you who are participating online, feel free. We have our dearest colleague, Vincent, looking at the chat constantly. So should you have any question, please feel free to write them down in the chat. Please go ahead, please take the floor. And maybe I will ask everyone to present himself before speaking.
Hello, everyone. I'm Sofia Papageorgiou from the municipality of Rafina Pikermi from Greece. More than raising a matter and a question to GP is that what you started to raise with this platform is that it will be indeed very useful, and we think that the problem with all the European problems to all municipalities is that they indeed offer very useful tools, but with very little power in the end, because there is no continuance in any project. I think, and in RiskPACC, it's the same thing that we always hear, and in other problems, in other projects. So I think that it's very important to start in all EU and thinking about uniting and after projects use. This will be very crucial for municipalities and I think all policy makers in any level, or governmental, or municipal, or regional. And these are indeed very useful projects and tools and platforms, but they're also separate and just, let's say, left there in one only 3-year project. Thank you.
All right. All right then. Thanks a lot. We'll go for our next question, or maybe is it an answer or a comment over the first question, Mike?
Actually, I would just like to comment on that. So I do agree. I think it keeps being a challenge to keep project results alive and really getting them into practice. And we are, of course, doing our best to support that. On the knowledge library, I think this is indeed very, very helpful. And we already have a RiskPACC dedicated page. It's just not yet filled with a lot of content. So this is something that we want to do. Indeed, the RiskPACC platform. I know that ICCS Grisoles is over there. They have the possibility to keep it alive for I don't know how long, but for some time and continue research on that. So just wanted to add this. Thank you.
All right, so I guess there are several questions over here. So it's about we're all under Cluster 3 project. We'll have end users, communities, local authorities that we bring together, practitioners as well, so that we can have conduct our pilots, test what we do, what we deliver. So there is the question of whether we can actually come up with the most exhaustive platform. And under the RSSC, we have many platforms, many knowledge base, and so on. But there is also the question of the exploitation of this project outputs, their sustainability. It's a very broad question, I guess. I don't know whether GP can give us some thought about this. I know it's also a very interesting question as regard to the calendar, because there would be the next MFF, might be some new things about the program as well. So I don't know whether you would like to make a comment on this, and the floor is yours.
Yeah, thanks. Comment might be easier than a full-blown answer to your question. Shortly put, I agree. First, the caveat that, of course, especially ECHO doesn't have a mandate to tell municipalities, member states, and so on what to do. So, I mean, in some senses, it's also a responsibility of the cities, municipalities, and so on to take uphold of the tools, because some of them might be very tailored for a certain region too. Okay, that's the end of the caveat, but one other maybe reality could be that in innovation, not everything succeeds always. So I think it's a little bit of the idea of multiple different funding streams and multiple projects, that some are in the end mature or good enough to succeed, and some might not be uptaken and so on. But from our viewpoint, we try to support the process as much as possible, that for example, we advocate these kind of documents or tools as much as possible via our channels to the our official contact points and so on. But I don't know if that's going to be the full answer to your very pertinent questions, that how do we ensure actual sustainability, not just uploading them on a library, but yes, I think I'll stick to the caveat. It's a little bit of everybody's responsibility always, that for the municipalities to have the time to, or cities and national authorities, regions and states and federal states and different kind of organizations to take the results too. Of course, it's our responsibility to share it and advocate for it, and also try to integrate it into EU policies when they are kind of this good combined level already. But also the project's responsibility sometimes to, it's not in the grant agreement always, but if you're motivated to have the results uptaken, to also create to upload them into new EU platforms and so on. Mikey already mentioned that they have the page on it, and I know it's annoying that there are millions of pages that you have to upload it into, your stuff into, and try to advocate it, and you might not be necessarily paid for it by the grant agreement, but nature of the game, so to speak, as well. Hopefully that comment at least gave some hope, reality.
Thank you, JP. Basically, very, very interesting comment. I mean, it has been a long-standing question as well, how to support project. There is several questions depending on the maturity level of the solution that we'll provide, but expectation is not only from a technical point of view, and the policy brief produced by the RCRC is also one example of how can actually a project can reach out, sustain interest in what they do, what they can do, what they can provide to different level of decision makers. But yeah. Is there any other question from the audience so far? Because I had a couple of questions, basically, and I will come back to the project, to Maria and Max. I noticed in my new presentation, you mentioned like several issues to overcome that you pay attention to, such as this misinformation, by example. But also under your presentation, Max, you said like co-explanation, engaging volunteers, and so I know under RiskPACC as well we had to look at these things. But how can we? I mean, my question is about building trust. You know, so we need to build trust in order to collaborate effectively with the various stakeholders, either end users, specialists. There are the volunteers as well that are not always considered a specialist, but the citizens as well, and it's not only in the context of crisis reaction, but it might be also in risk awareness, by example. So actually to understand, that the people know that there is a risk, or they can get prepared to make our society more resilient. So basically, if you can both Max and Maria, maybe starting with you, Maria, explain a bit more how can you actually try to build trust not only between your project and the stakeholders, but also among the different stakeholders. So meaning local authorities, citizens, different communities. Good question.
Okay, I'll try to be very brief, and I would say what we have tried to do is to depending on the stakeholder we were addressing, focusing also on understanding their perspective, and so involving speakers or champions from that. For instance, for the app, we decided not to create the app ourselves, even though we had the skills and the ability to do that, but to create an opportunity for the students to create the app for their fellow students. Because we realized that we might not have the same wording or perspective on the situation that they have, the same way of communicating. So instead of saying, okay, let's just tell them something, we decided that we wanted for them to create something and become sentinels, in a way of what we call sentinels of risk. And it's the same thing with involving other kind of stakeholders. Like it's important to involve representatives, leaders from the community you want to address, because they will, on one hand, give you the perspective of the community, and they might see things that you don't. And on the other hand, they will already have the trust, in a way, of the community because they belong there. And this is also very important, we found, with vulnerable groups, especially. Thanks.
Thank you, Maria. Max, can you still hear us?
I can still hear you perfectly.
Perfect. And so do you get the question? Do you would like to comment on this?
Yeah, I'll just get right into it. For us in the project, it's really this setup with the real-world labs. We have a host for each real-world lab, so a partner in the real-world lab that is a project partner and financed through the project. So they have a lot of time to really work on the project, and they are leveraging their existing stakeholder network. And they organize these meetings with their stakeholders. And what we've really seen is that what we call co-creation or co-development, that's really an approach that needs a lot of time, and it needs a change in culture for many stakeholders in our settings. And we've seen that some of them really are hesitant sometimes to speak up and to voice their opinions on certain organizational matters, because it might not be their place in the hierarchy to do so. It might not be their official responsibility or jurisdiction. And what we're trying to do here is to facilitate that by training the trainers. So we're offering support to our Reward Lab hosts and a few select stakeholders to learn these co-development approaches and become facilitators themselves, to change the culture in their community of stakeholders in the regions, and to make that as sustainable as possible. And part of that is also to bring the different regions together and try and help them learn from each other and from their approaches and what they might see in a different Reward Lab that they would like to implement in theirs.
All right, thanks a lot, Max. So we're approaching the end of this panel. Basically, I mean, I wrote down like several questions, so I still have like plenty of them. But I guess we'll still give the opportunity for some of you to raise your point. I see we received a comment online.
Yes, there's one comment. I think for JP, I'm unsure because it's not very clear, but Zoltan Hosebor said that the Links Project Community Center is still available, which covers the end results of the project under this link, which is links.communitycenter.eu. And he says, I hope this was the project meant by the presenter. So I think that was geared towards you, but I'm unsure.
I'll tell my colleague that there's some links still working. So. But I think I can gather the link from you guys later on. So. But yeah, some links project link wasn't working. Just.
Oh, really? So this is also another issue about sustaining maintaining the availability of our project.
Usually servers don't stay up if you don't pay for them from the project.
Definitely, for sure. All right. So this is, we're definitely on time. I would like to thank everyone for, first of all, our panelists. Thanks a lot for being there, for being available, for presenting yourselves regarding this panel. Now we should have a coffee break so that you can have, I hope, like, I mean, at least not for you, Max. So I guess, like, thanks a lot for being here, for attending online. For the 2-hour panelists, I would say I hope you will be available should anyone would be interested in asking future questions. And then after, if I just let me have a look. Even though that we drafted the agenda, sometimes like there might be a few things that we miss. So now we have a half an hour coffee break, so please feel free to discuss together, exchange. One last thing is that there are some badges and a list of attendees at the entrance of the room, so should you not have signed it, please do so. All right? Thanks a lot, and see you at 11. Thank you.
All right, welcome back. So as our next presentation, we will have Maureen online presenting the RiskPACC framework. But before that, just a very quick organizational question. It seems we do not yet have the exact numbers of people who will join us for the dinner tonight. So if I may ask you to please raise your hand if you are interested in joining our dinner tonight. Okay, thank you very much. Then, Maureen, are you there? Can you hear us?
I am. Can you hear me?
Great. Yes, we can hear you perfectly. Then I will leave the floor to Maureen to present us the RiskPACC collaborative framework.
Thank you. I'm not sure why my camera's gone quite dark, but I hope you can see me. Thank you, and my apologies that I couldn't be there with you today. Personal reasons meant that I couldn't visit Brussels this time. And so the framework. So we needed a framework for ourselves to make the work that we do as coherent as possible. And we needed a framework as a final output that was the result of much literature searching, many discussions, presentations, and engagements with a very diverse group of people to try and arrive at a workable solution. So this is what I'll talk to you about briefly today. I won't take up the whole of that slot, time slot, but I'll give some time up to the RiskPACC game that follows this brief talk. So I thought I would talk about it or focus it around the process that we really decided was an important component. So it's not so much what you do, what you produce, but it's the way that you do it. It's how you do it. Next slide, please. So the problem, and that's been briefly referred to by Micah at the start, this difference in sometimes in perception, understanding, communication between civil protection authorities, which are, of course, quite a diverse group of people, and the citizens that they serve. What we discovered in looking at the literature, but also in talking with our partners, because we did try and make the framework fit the needs of the partners we were working with, there's very little direct communication between citizens and civil protection authorities. What happens then when a disaster and an emergency occurs, that CPAs, civil protection authorities, they find that citizens are not doing what they hope they will do, what they expect they will do. So, for example, if it's necessary to call an evacuation, why then do citizens not just obey that instruction, leave their homes and go to wherever they've been directed to go to? Equally, citizens find that civil protection authorities don't do what they might be expecting. So, for example, a citizen might expect a CPA representative to come and knock on their door and tell them personally what the problem is, give them all the information and instructions. And so there is this gap here, and therefore neither side necessarily acts as expected or as wanted or as what might be efficient in an emergency situation. So that was our problem, and we called that the risk perception action gap, because it was not just about whether or not people perceived there was a risk. The really important thing was, well, what did people do about it or not do about it? So our solution then was to develop this framework. And from the start, we wanted it to be as user-friendly as possible. So we could have developed a very elaborate academic model, and I'm sure you've all seen those. They look like circuit board diagrams, but that isn't so useful in a more generalized way. So we wanted something that was user-friendly, and we went for this modular design. So our framework then gives us guidance on how professionals, CPAs and others, and citizens can relate to each other, because this was a key factor that emerged from the literature. Why? So that they can develop shared understanding that's needed to build collaboratively effective risk communication tools and strategies. Next slide, please. So I thought I'd ask you, as I just go through the short talk, is to think about a couple of questions as I describe our framework. So where do you begin when you're trying to address a risk communication or a citizen risk perception problem in your locality? Are you framing it initially as a technical or a social problem? And then secondly, it's how much do you think you need to know about the community that you are serving if you are a civil protection authority, and vice versa? How much do you think the community needs to know about you? And we'll maybe return to those at the end, or if you have other questions, I'm happy to go with them as well. Next slide, please. So this is our starting point for our framework, and it was there from the start. It was in the proposal. A lack of two-way communication, which emerges from the literature as a major issue in creating this gap. And so the two-way communication aspect was where we made our focus. Next slide, please. As we've gone through this process, we've realized that the framework as we've set it out works best at a community level. So we're thinking, in general, we're thinking about civil protection authorities, emergency planners, disaster managers, people in municipalities with a risk management brief mandate, usually focused on a geographical area where the risk is situated or concentrated, and the people that occupy that space. So that's the major focus of the framework. It's the location where it works best. But the underlying philosophy, which is to understand different perspectives, to listen to different voices, to respect different knowledges, those things will also help in other circumstances. Next slide, please. Next slide, please, where we just return to, that question, is it technical or is it social? Next slide, please. So this is, I admit, this is a simplified false dichotomy, but it's to make the point. So as we started work on RiskPACC, and this is an issue, I think, across European projects, across research projects generally, but it's a very particular problem in the context of European projects, I think, which is the relative short-term nature of them, given the complexity of what we all set out to do, because we all have pretty big ambitions when we embark on a European project. So because we had in our proposal the idea of developing apps, mobile apps, and other digital resources, let's say, as you know, they take a long time in setting up. in their development. And so we had partners, we had apps that were in some form of development when we began. And as they take a lot of technical manipulation to get to the point of use, we began working on developing those and other technical solutions, because the very long lead time, the longest lead time, which for us was a total of 36 months, was necessary. Alongside this, of course, the framework team were planning what you would call the social elements, the process elements of developing the collaborative framework. And we soon realized that we really needed much more time and effort on this part early on and throughout the project. But because of time limits, we had to try and balance this with the technical needs. And I bring those issues up because I think they're quite common issues, and it would be good to have that out in the open, I think, in European projects, which maybe need to be longer to go in deeper and to give as much time as possible to this kind of collaborative development. And you'll hear about the kind of co-creation approach, which is fundamental to the two-way communication that we're pushing. Next slide, please. So, of course, it wasn't an either or. It was a both. It was a socio-technical approach. So we ended up with this socio-technical solution of RiskPACC, but with a strong emphasis on the need for more contextual knowledge up front. And that really leads us into how the framework really started to develop and what it's about. The next slide, just quickly, which is a reminder of the second question, which is about, how much do you need to know about the community and how much do they need to know about you? Next slide. So we know from the literature that, and of course from our many discussions with our various stakeholders, citizens know little of the world of civil protection, of emergency planning, of disaster management, until they're thrown into it in an event. And even then, they don't often know what civil protection authorities do. And I think that that contributes to the gap. Civil protection authorities equally typically don't have in their mandate to go into depth on social analyses of their localities. So what typically happens is that there will be an understanding of a generalized knowledge of vulnerable groups, so-called labeled vulnerable groups, which might be older persons or disabled persons or a range of other factors. But in terms of the actual location and its social makeup, that's often seen to be the province of other parts of the municipality, of the local government. And civil protection authorities will engage with them as necessary, but they may not, I'm sure there are plenty of exceptions to this rule, but generally, civil protection authorities don't go into that social analysis in depth to find out exactly what is the social, demographic, socio-political, cultural makeup of the locality, except maybe at a simple level. So this is another gap to be approached. Next slide, please. But given that civil protection authorities don't have the time or the other resources to do or know everything, and that citizens equally don't have the time to do or know everything, then the solution is to work together to stand a better chance of a solution. And this is where the framework comes in. Next slide, please. So after some debates and discussions, some various levels of tweaking, these are the framework modules that we ended up with. And we wanted, as I said, to keep it relatively simple. Underneath, within each of those modules, you could be as detailed as you like, but broadly, our first step, we thought, was the understanding, to understand the risks, of course, and this might seem obvious and simple, but it isn't exactly that simple. So civil protection authorities, of course, have access to many resources to determine what are the hazards and the associated risks in their localities. Citizens have less access to resources, but they do have some. But they have often local knowledge and lived experience. And so actually both civil protection authorities and citizens can contribute to the risk knowledge of their localities. And you find when the two sides sit down together and talk, that actually there are some, there's some exchange of new knowledges between the two. But it's not just the risk, it's not just the hazard, it's also this understanding of each other. We just think of it as two parties here, the civil protection authorities and the citizens. Understanding that diversity to really get to not just identifying certain vulnerable groups, but trying to understand who may be the representatives of those groups. If you cannot reach directly to the individuals and the groups themselves, you can talk with their representatives to find out what might be the specific needs and interests of that group that are going to impact on the extent to which they can or they will act on the risk information that's communicated to them. Ideally, then, there should be some space for sharing these different ideas, these different knowledges, because until you know the knowledge or the gaps across those two groups, you may not be able to fill in all the parts of the mosaic that you need to go forward. The literature is very full of information about the importance of building relationships and, importantly, trust building relationships in order to have the best outcomes, the best kinds of results in this process. There's a lot of information about not just citizens trusting civil protection authorities, but citizens trusting, sharing, working with the other citizens. So social capital, if you like, the importance of those. So if you bring A, B, and C, you bring understanding, sharing, and relating together, then you are in a much better place to jointly build risk communication tools, processes, strategies rather than starting at the technical end and going straight to the build to try and build up the understanding, sharing, and relating to get the best solution at the end. Next slide, please. Of course, when we first presented that, it was realized that for many civil protection authorities, this was just too much to do all at once. Next slide, please. Because we found that a number of civil protection authorities, not just our partners, but broadly, don't engage in two-way communication at all. That it's not in their mandates, not in their role. They just they have advance information about an impending hazard event. They issue warnings and they expect action, but there is no opportunity for this two-way engagement. So we decided to design a staged approach, and in our reporting, etc., we've got a lot more detail on what all of these things might be. And you could have either 3 or 4 or 5 stages. The point is, where do you come in and where do you want to get to in communicating risk and getting the best outcome in your locality? So maybe you enter with no citizen engagement. So how then do you move from there to the next step? Maybe the next step, all you're doing is reaching out with public consultations. So you may be listening to what some of the public are saying, but you're not actually having a two-way conversation about it. Maybe then the next level of aspiration is to go to, okay, what do I need to do to develop two-way communication? And our reporting tells you some of our learning from the literature about what that might be, all the way up to what would be the highest level of resilience in a community would be the community owning the risk and owning the risk management themselves. This is, pretty rare. We have an example we can discuss. We've got it in our reporting from New Zealand, where there is more of a handing over to the community to manage their own risk. But it's an aspiration, let's say, for most people. Next slide, please. So coming to an end, we learned a lot through the RiskPACC process. And one of the major things is that co-creating, and you'll hear about that later, co-creating socio-technical solutions like ours takes time. And learning about each other, that also takes time. But we think it's important that for coherence, it needs to have enough time at the start of a process rather than thinking about it at the end and coming back to it. So it would be a recommendation for people setting out on this path to start with thinking about the people that they are living with, that they are serving in their communities, and developing some kind of relationships with them. And to aim as high as possible in those steps, but take it a step at a time and develop it together, because there is no one solution to all of this. It's all very contextual. but we think that we have a broad outline of an approach that could be used and adapted locally. So the last two slides are just returning again to the question, and of course the final slide is the thank you and all of our logos. So thank you very much, everyone, for listening, and I'm very happy to take questions, of course.
Thank you very much, Maureen, for this very nice presentations. I also very much liked your visualization, the symbols, very nice, the pictures. Yes, so are there any questions or comments for Maureen? Both here in the room or maybe also online? Just raise your hand or post in the chat.
I know our partners have seen the framework quite often, and we've discussed it a lot. So I don't expect too many questions from our team and our partners.
And we will also, in our upcoming session, somehow again and again refer to the framework. So yeah, if there are no questions or comments, then thank you very much, Maureen.
Thank you.
And then we are a bit ahead of time, but I hope it's okay that we start a bit early with the RiskPACC game. Then I would hand over to Sasha, who will give us an introduction on the RiskPACC game, and then actually facilitate and moderate also a showcase of the RiskPACC game.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Sascha Dürkop. I'm also from Fraunhofer, and I have designed a little series game within RiskPACC together with many of the other partners. And we have tested this game in the associated cities. So all the associated cities that are sitting here actually know the game and will play the game in a bit of a demonstration session now with you. So this will be the interactive session of today, the first one. Before that, I want to at least have a few words on the game itself, though, to give you a little bit of context. As you already know and have seen, we have developed several solutions within RiskPACC, both technical solutions, but also conceptual solutions. And the biggest question that is now following is, of course, how do civil protection authorities and citizens actually choose the right solutions for their own needs? Being confronted with a number of them means they have to take a choice, potentially. So the idea was that they should be assisted with some kind of guided process that helps them to identify these right solutions for them. And that was implemented twice, once as a quiz in the platform, which we will see more about later, I guess, and physically as a game, which we will play in this session. And the main purpose of the game is triggering a multi-stakeholder dialogue. So you could say it's something like a moderation technique, the game itself. And we hope to identify with that the most pressing issues at hand in a certain municipality, the right solutions to address these issues, and then the context in which civil protection authorities actually operate within their municipality and are able to implement solutions at all. The game also has its limits, to be open about that. It does require a well-prepared and informed facilitator. So while we can easily ship out the game to everyone, you still need to have somebody to facilitate that, who knows the game quite well. It does require the right stakeholders to be involved as players, and it does not replace trainings on the tools and conceptual solution. You still will require that. The game itself, you might have seen that on the front here before, but you can also see it on the slide now. This is the playing board, the game board. And you will see in the middle and in the center of that, you have a start, and then you're basically laying path towards a goal. We do have 24 different goal cards. Today we will only see one of them, but in the game, usually when we play the municipalities, we have 24 of them. Then we do have 10 different solutions cards, 5 technical and 5 conceptual solutions, 2 joker cards to allow the players to also raise any technical and conceptual solutions they might be aware of that we have not invented in RiskPACC. So they should always be able to come up with that as well. A reaction card and a context card. I will come to that later. I will just very briefly run over the different cards, not go into detail on them. The 24 goal cards, as I said, they are colored differently to reflect the different stages of the framework that we have just heard about from Maureen. So this is where the framework is playing into that game here. We will today play one of the cards from the share part of the framework. They address different parts of the framework, of course, and they should always be personalized to a specific target that you have. So usually when a municipality is playing that, the stakeholders should negotiate how to specify it specifically for that target municipality. So just to allow some extra room for the goals. So here you can see it a bit highlighted. Today we will play the card Strengthen Processes for Advancing Citizen Self-Preparedness 2, and that's the part that the players will fill out later, the panel. We have pre-selected a card today because this is more of a demonstration that we want to show, and that is usually the longest part of the process in the game because there are 24 goals. The players have to read them all, they have to understand what is behind them. They are elaborated in the guidebook, which you will be free to pick up later. So we cut that short to have this demonstration session. Then, as I said previously, there are 10 different solution cards, technical and conceptual solutions, but also jokers to add solutions. And finally, we do have a reaction or context card. The players will be able to define the context here. So the players can write any requirements that they might have to implement the solutions. This might be governance stuff that is needed, a budget that is needed, or whatever the requirements are to implement the solutions they selected. And then there will be a reaction card as well. It is saying here the reaction will be provided by you. And with you, I'm not meaning everyone, because I'm afraid we will not have the time for that, but the case study partners of RiskPACC are briefed, the 4 of them. They will later sit together and provide feedback to the demonstration session here as well. So that's already it, and without further ado, I would then jump right into the game to have this interactive session. Feel free to freely flow through the room as you wish. Just be careful that we need this camera to show the game for the online participants, so please don't walk in front of the camera, that would be great. And I would ask all the associated cities to please come to the front now. So Setúbal, for example. Do we have everyone here? Calamaria. One from every city, please, to the front to play. Test. Please. Ja, leg ich hier hin. Ja, klar, ich leg da auch nochmal schon. Oh, sorry. Is it okay if we are doing it standing?
I'm the judge, so yeah, I won't be harsh. Don't worry.
So this is the guiding questions for you later. May I also ask the case study partners, so also Isar, to join the judges? And Sophia, yeah, thank you. So, as I previously said, today we are playing the goal, strengthen the processes to advance citizens' self-preparedness 2. And the first task of the game will now be of the associated cities to define what the text on that card is. So why do you want to strengthen processes for advancing citizens' self-preparedness? Again, usually these debates are very directed at one municipality, and now you have to think a little bit out of the box, because we don't have one municipality here. You can imagine playing this for Brussels, but we don't have a specific hazard or anything, so I hope you all made some preparations and thought about the question why you want to improve the self-preparedness. I will just hand over to Nuno first, if you have a proposal for that.
So, strengthen processes for advancing citizens' self-preparedness to enhance resilience of local communities.
Yes. We need to strengthen the process of advancing citizens' self-preparedness because the citizens don't. We want the citizens not to wait passively to interact, just to get self-active.
I think the citizens should communicate better with the authorities and to enhance their preparedness in the context of building trust between the two parties.
So I understand that you said we need to engage them to be more active. You want to enhance resilience, and you want to improve the communication and to enhance trust. So how could we sum that up in one sentence, maybe? Any ideas? Maybe because you are left, Jakob, you can have a proposal on that.
I have to think about it, like maybe 1 more minute. Yeah.
Or anyone else?
We need to get them active. We need to get them active also in communication to get resilience by themselves. And well informed.
So maybe something like strengthening processes for enhancing citizen self-preparedness to build trust, to enhance the resilience and the activity of citizens. Could that work? Do you all find yourself in that?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. I will try to write that down then.
Mm-hmm.
Just
yep.
That you started from the start. Yes.
Thank you very much. So I'm afraid you cannot read that on a camera. It's very hard to read it in person as well, to be honest. But just to read it out again, so strengthening processes for advancing citizen self-preparedness, to build trust, to enhance resilience and activate citizens. I think that was the agreed text here. So that's already concluding the first step of the game. As I said, in a municipality, of course, this discussion usually takes half an hour, also because everyone needs to be aware of all the 24 different goals that there are. Now, the second stage would be to pick the right solutions to achieve that. We have 5 technological solutions. We have 5 different conceptual solutions. And then also jokers. So again, feel free to use jokers as well. It's giving you the flexibility to advertise for any solutions that you find beneficial to reach that goal of enhanced self-preparedness. So this time I would start with Calamaria. Okay. If you want to propose any solutions already. We can choose up to 3.
Up to 3,
yes.
Okay. Well, from the technological solutions, because we have tested the Aeolian app, and I am very, very aware of what it can be used for. We can do it in the context of training and preparing citizens and inform them about the hazards that are very, let's say, statistically evident in their place where they live. So I think Aeolian could be used from the technical solutions. Aeolian app. Adria?
Maybe you can also use co-creation. Speak together about the risks and the hazards, and find out solutions together, and also in different kind of ways. Not only top down, also down top, and on a level where the public is on the same level as the CPAs.
Nuno?
Yes, I agree with Heidelberg. Oh, sorry. Sorry. I agree with Heidelberg. The co-creation exercise would be a good methodology to enhance and achieve the dialogues and the communications to enhance the resilience of the citizens.
We still need one. Jakob, do you have any other proposal?
I think the risk communication exercise could be a nice way to engage in the citizens' communications, to describe or to explain what the CPA is working on and which direction on which risk is needed to go. So yeah, maybe for the communication.
Okay, that seems to be again a very quick process, because you seem to have chosen exactly 3. So I just want to remind you critically that what you wanted to achieve is preparing enhancing the self-preparedness to have more trust, resilience, and active citizens. Do you feel this is reflected in these apps now, or in these 3 different solutions now, or do you want to have another look at the other solutions, or once again look into the jokers? If you know anything from your municipality or other municipalities, other projects that could possibly work on any of these 3, or are you saying these are exactly the 3 solutions? If they work together, we are enhancing all the 3 things. And last but not least, just a reminder as well, we need to speak about the context as well. So you need to speak about the context. So maybe if you could think how you could use these 3 solutions, or whatever you want to add as a solution, what do you need to implement them? How could you implement them? How could they apply it one after another, all at the same time? What would be your application plan?
Maybe we could engage as well the volunteering groups, and these could be the representatives and the connection between the CPAs and the citizens, and of course schools by training. So the application could be very useful for this, the technical solutions.
As a broker and volunteers?
Volunteers, yes, engaging volunteers groups, because it's very difficult to come to the individuals by themselves individually, so it's better to engage the groups. And of course schools, yes, because we can see that there is a very big interest from the Jugendlichen, from the youths, yes, and they're very technically informed, and so they can have very good ideas and support these technical solutions, and of course make them better.
Yes. maybe Jakob first, so it's not always the same order.
Yeah.
Nothing left for you.
So maybe throw in the Hermes app like another solution, because that's a nice tool to communicate both ways with, for example, the teenagers or the youth, because they are very technical and in the internet very versatile. So maybe that's a nice way to engage in that group.
Thank you. Nuno?
For us in Stubble, we developed a strategy of creating specific groups for preparation and development of strategies to cope with certain risks. For instance, we have an industrial peninsula, and we build an industrial group to speak about those risks and develop strategies to prepare and respond in case of major hazards. So I believe that involving civil society, but also local stakeholders like the security managers of those industries is important to achieve this type of goals also. Thank you.
Thank you. And last but not least, Andrea, any more? Okay, so that's good, because now we have a conflict and you need to debate. We do have 4 solutions here now, and also the joker of including schools. Maybe I may propose, because you left out the context a little bit, could building such communities and or using schools or volunteer groups possibly be a contact, so involving civil society organizations that are there to implement the solutions, because I think you mostly highlighted that it helps you to bridge the gap between the technological solutions that you want to use and citizens that might not be so aware of technical solutions and not be so tech savvy. So is that maybe part of the context that you use different groups? And which one of these should we throw out now? Is it the co-creation, the risk communication, the Aeolian, or the Hermes? Please each nominate one that you want to kick out. Now you have the benefit of the first.
Yeah, I think I wrote out my first answer, the risk communication activity. Yeah. But, I think it's integrated in all the other tools or solutions, and it's like an topic more or less. So I think the main goals of that tool or that context are already implemented in the other solutions.
Thank you.
Well, I would say I agree, but I would say that training is very, very important, because well-trained citizens can react very fast and better, and so you can bridge this gap if you are well-trained.
When I think about it, I think there's a big similarity between those two. And maybe we can include aims of one into the other one, and can decide for one of both. Which one?
Yeah, for me too. I agree with the idea of schools, because in schools we build the citizens of the future. So when they go to the society, they go to develop represent different social parts. I can be a security manager in an industrial facility, but I can be a teacher, I can be a nurse, I can be a doctor, I can be whatever, a firefighter, a policeman. So I believe working in schools is the key point of this. So for me, the risk communication activities, that it's well applied to schools, for me it's the one that was chosen. And in those risk community activities, we can start gradually talking about the technological solutions that were developed here in RiskPACC.
Okay, so if I understand it correctly, we could remove the risk communication activity and kind of see that as a part of the co-creation process, if I understand you correctly. What we are still missing now is the context card. And again, this is a card where you can freely add any text to it. Sorry? The Joker, I think we remove that as well. Exactly. So we are left with the Aeolian app, with the Hermes app, and the co-creation laboratories now as solutions, as I hope you agree. But we have already touched, I think, on the context that training is necessary, especially of citizens. Is there any other context that you need to add? What do you need to implement all these apps? Is it money? Is it staff? Is it political will? What might be used? Yes, of course.
Of course it is political will, but we have to have resources because, for example, to manage all these apps, we have to have more people engaged from the CPAs to do this. It's very difficult with the resources that we have now at present to do all this and to manage these apps. But hopefully it will be different. It will be better in the future.
I think it's also understanding of which are the groups. Are this only pupils? Are this also old people, vulnerable groups? And which kind of groups do we want to address to? We want to address everybody, and it's easy, and it's you have to understand the process after what's going on, and to get on a higher level to watch over who is engaged, and also yes, you are right. We need more persons and people engaged in first aid and yes, and doing things like this.
Thank you. Yeah. Yes.
Well, at the first time you focused on building trust between CPA and citizens, and then you moved to talk about co-creation and Hermes app with schools and volunteers. But is there a trust that need to be built between CPAs and volunteers, or CPAs and schools, or is something that is not a goal with them? Because
I think when you show that you are interested in all this preparation of the citizens, and if you are doing some training at school and so on, the people receive this as something that they are going to trust more the CPAs than formerly. I think so. Yes, but not only the children, for example, the volunteer groups and so on. And I think this is something that is showing that, for example, the municipality is taking actions for this. So it's very, for the citizens, if the citizens are aware of it, they are beginning to have trust with their authorities.
We made a project with 150 pupils, and I think we also use the pupils as a multiplicator into families, into the society as well, because they talk about the project and talk about with their sisters and brothers and parents and grandparents, and they get in contact to a lot of other persons and also the teachers, and so they spread some things into the society.
Nice.
Thank you. So coming back to the context card, what I understood from your contributions was that we need more resources on a CPA level, but we also, I think this was your main point, need to identify and understand the different relevant citizen groups. And I think, this perfectly plays in with the RiskPACC framework that we have, where the understanding phase is coming before the share phase, where we are with this goal. So I think that's actually fitting quite nice. I would put that in a context, but again, want to invite the two of you, if there is more context. Is there anything more that you need? Say you have all the resources you need and you understand perfectly who the different citizen groups are and what they want. Is there anything more you would need to implement the 3 tools successfully?
I think that's a great basis to work on, but I think the acceptance in the society needs to be high for this kind of activities.
Okay, thank you. For me, there's of course a bottom-up approach, but there's also the top-down. And on top-down, the political level is very important. Without political identification to programs, 2 people's need, at the end, the political won't sign the check. So in terms of context, we need the politicians to be engaged from the start of the process. Otherwise, all programs will fail.
So I have added now acceptance and political will as your 2 main points. Is there any more context that you want to add also after the discussion now, or are you happy with that? Good. So we will add the context card to your preferred solution. And as you will be able to see, I hope also on the camera, I think it is visible, there is now room for both a reaction and a solution field. So I've asked a jury to be here for the solution. I already handed over the solution card to Avi, so the reaction card, sorry. So do you have something to write? Yeah. So you can write on the card later, but first I want to hear from all of you. Do you think the chosen solutions, together with the context that was defined, would be able to achieve this goal after all? Because that's what it's all about in the game. So would it be able to help strengthen processes for advancing citizen self-preparedness, to build trust, to enhance resilience of citizens and activate citizens? Do you think these solutions that we are played here in the context would be able to do that? Avi, I will start with you. Okay, then I will start with you, Simon.
It's hard to say. I think if you had a view, so we stay here the first time, and for me, from my personal impression, the time to find solutions and to delete some solutions is the biggest problem, because we as normal citizens, we are not really involved in the decision making, in the policy making, and so we only get the information after decisions are just taken. And then for normal citizens, it's hard to understand and to stay within the process. That's for me also in this game as a first impression the biggest point. And then there were 5 solutions, and if you would ask the citizens, maybe 3 other cards would be chosen. So that's maybe a part of the problem, to integrate all the partners, because citizens are also partners. That's, I think, a problem.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think that's a very, very valuable reaction, first of all. When it comes to the game, I just want to mention again, usually we are playing this in municipalities, so this is just a demonstration now. When we do play it in municipalities, it is very important that citizens are on the table as well. So in all the 5 workshops we did invite citizens, different citizen groups, to be part of the discussions, to be part of that, because I fully agree. This is super fundamental. They are also stakeholders. They own a huge stake in this, so they must be part of the discussions. Then secondly, I also appreciate it's way too much in too little time. I think that's, again, part of the format. Usually we have this guidebook, and all the participants in the game got that before the workshop, and then also during the workshop they were set aside like 2 hours to read through all the documents again to get a better understanding of that. They also, all, including the citizens, received a training on the tools beforehand, so they knew what they were talking about. We shortcut that all a little bit today. I think in the solution, because that was also, I think, a part of your reaction to the solutions played. I think this would probably be part of the co-creation lab workshop that they chose to do that together with the citizens.
Thanks for your comments. Let me add, I think it's totally important to decide only 3 solutions in this game, but I think the combination of 3 solutions, you had 5 and you had 6 or 7 different ways to choose 3 of them, all of the combinations would work. Maybe one combination would work better, and then maybe we could arrange a rating which combination would be the best. But all combinations would work and would have an effort and for the citizens, I think.
Well, from my side, I think that it's a great combination because, first of all, with co-creation, you can approach both volunteers and citizens and NGOs and anyone you might want to approach. Then with the Aeolian app, you're able to spread out training material, and again, it's a tool in the hand of the municipality to communicate and then, of course, enhance and build trust and enhance communication and risk awareness. So I think that Hermes too, with the youngsters, of course, having the social networking is very important. So you have reached, with all these 3 solutions, both your ankles, both building trust and enhancing awareness. So I think it was a great choice. Yes.
I'd like to add to the context. From my point of view, I think the CPA is a very busy person and you don't really have time to work with citizens because these things takes time. And just to build, a framework of how to act when there is something happening, it's actually something that need to always communicate and always follow up it, and it's a lot of work. So I think the CPA also needs someone to be responsible for that, for communicating to citizens. It's not need to be his responsibility. So that's the way I think. And also budget-wise, as you said, someone need to do it. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Just want to briefly reply on the rating. We did exclude that a little bit on purpose. So the discussions, usually we let them flow as long as they take to come to some form of consensus. So when everyone agrees, we go with these 3 solutions. However, you also got the evaluator sheets in front of you. You will find that the part of the documentation is also that we try to document conflicting views, minority opinions, because it's very important to still keep them in mind and to still consider them afterwards. Otherwise, my impression is the rating was overwhelmingly positive, I think, of the 3 solutions. So I would ask Avi Avi, maybe you can, in your mind, already prepare a text for the reaction card. And
yes, regarding this conflict that came up with the tool, it was very easy to reach consensus after the Hermes came up by Jakob. And I think it was justified very well, and indeed the one tool was covered by the other, could be covered. I mean, by the co-creation, it could include this communication exercise. So this came up very smoothly among you all. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm impressed how positive everything is assessed. That was not always the case. We did have critical debates as well, which is also good. Avi, did you come up with a text proposal yet? But you need to fill in the reaction card now. So the pressure is on you. Yes. of course.
Only for you. As a second impression, my colleague and me, we are also part of a special segment of the CPA in our country and our region. But if you have a real discussion, and this was not a discussion, we had a little bit of talk, not more. But on a real disaster, you will have discussions and you will also have fights or something for several points, because you have lots of different sections of CPA, like fire department, like other civil protection units, and then you will have real discussions. And then to divide and to delete two solutions will be much harder, and it is much harder. So you had enough time now?
Yes, you will have the discussions, but when you know the persons before, you have to deal to. It's very good because you know them well. You know what triggers them, and maybe you can provide not to trigger them too much, and to find out better solutions. And if you have discussed before, you can also discuss about solutions.
Yeah, I think that a special level to be prepared also means to know the persons who are inside the discussion. So it's also a kind of preparedness. Yeah.
Okay. So you need an action. Yes? Okay. My point of view, I think an action should be a top-down one. First, you need to harness the decision makers to tell the CPA you need to do that, and then the CPA will give the decision makers what he needs to do and what he needs to deliver that action. So I think that's an action that can actually trigger and help implement all the three solutions.
Thank you. I think there was possibly a misunderstanding. I was asking for a reaction on the solution. So if I understand you, what is missing there now is the top-down approach. So this is missing in the solutions they have chosen so far, in your opinion. Did I understand that correctly? Yes. A reaction to the solutions they played, yes. Okay, but I think maybe if you put the card down, my impression was from all three of you, you're all the jury, you were overall satisfied with the solutions played. So no, we can definitely note that down. Yes, and then we need like 1 or 2 sentences of what your reaction to the solved solutions is.
Sorry, colleague, if I understand you in the right way, you were asked for a reaction, and your first answer was, you need an action. Not a reaction, you need an action. And this might be also a part of the solution, not to react, but to act. So it was the correct answer, I think. Do an action, not a reaction.
So would the reaction then be something like the solutions are well chosen, but are missing like a proactive effort coming from top down, something like that?
Yes.
Okay, so I will write that down now for you. In the meantime, I will hand over the microphone to the 4 of you again, because you, within the game mechanics, have now the opportunity to play one more solution if you want, ideally one that addresses that reaction. So is there anything of the solutions, again, you can also use jokers, that would enable you to have that more proactive top-down trigger to bring your other solutions to the fullest success? Nuno.
For me, it would be nudging, because it would deal with behavioral science. So if we need top-down decision and we need to change political minds for decisions, we would need psychologists to develop some type of plans to change their view. Thank you.
I would also see nudging as another tool. I think it's including the top-down view, and the political will or the increase of political will if everybody is on the same side and wants to achieve the same goals. I think it's a great tool. Yeah.
Thank you. I just want to read out the reaction I wrote once. Well-chosen solutions, but there is more need for top-down impulse for proactive actions. I hope that's summing it up. And
okay, I would like to say nudging as well, but risk communication activity would help those three and would supplement, and I think we could use it. Okay.
So I'm also with you with nudging and also with the risk communication activity, and I would also see a storyboard user storyboard activity, because to build trust to the persons, you can catch them emotionally with a storyboard user story, and to get good discussions before things happen.
thank you very much. So again, we have a conflict because we have 3 solutions and you can only play one more. Although my impression is you find them all useful, so it's probably not the hardest decision. But again, I would invite you to maybe have a voting on that. Which of the 3 would you choose then? Is it still the nudging, or have you been convinced, Jakob, that maybe the storyboard user story or the risk communication activity might actually help more to get that top-down approach?
I think the risk communication activity could be a form of nudging if you include the politicians and the top-down process. So I think the risk communication activity could be a great way to include all those activities, and maybe like for an introduction in these activities, you can include like a storyboard to introduce into a scene and to get everybody on board. Yeah.
But you can't have all 3.
So concluding, I would think the risk communication activity could be the best. Yeah.
Thank you. Then maybe Andrea?
It's okay. I agree.
For me, I would change to storyboard users storyboard using the concepts of nudging. So I believe they can interplay on this. For me, it would be that, because what I've read, nudging uses some type of subjective information signs, and that would be a little bit difficult to introduce to politicians. Maybe storyboard would be better to achieve the goals.
Thank you. So basically, you have to take the decision now.
I insist on my initially chosen solution. So, where is it? Risk communication activity. Are you okay? Yeah. You're okay.
Are you okay with that as well, Nuno? Because you were arguing for another one. Are you okay with the risk communication activity?
Yeah, because well, it depends on the way we build it. So developing risk communication activity, we can integrate some aspects of the others, so it's possible.
Good, thank you very much. So I lay that as the last solution, and then would once again maybe open the room for the feedback group, the jury. Does that convince you, or do you think there is still something missing, or is there maybe something missing that we can't really portray in the game as well, which is also fair?
I think it would not be fair to mention that the risk communication activity would be my favorite. But I think this kind of discussion was a little bit more interesting, because the solution card with the best storytelling and with the best example and with a nice smile has won. So, but it's also very important, I think, and that's a kind of political work, to mention other ideas, that they are mentioned, and then all the people who heard it can think about it. And sometimes, you know, it will not win, your solution card will not win, but to mention it might be also be a little bit fruitful. So was yeah, a good example for political decision making. Yeah, thanks.
I think it's a nice idea to include a lot of solutions in one solution, and to give the possibility not to win or to fail, or just to include and find the best solution where you can include as much as you can is one of the best ideas.
Yes, thank you very much, all of you. We will definitely document that and also send it to EOS so that it can be in the minutes of today. So we will take pictures of your solutions chosen today. Once again, thank you very much for your participation. It was a little bit of a simulation of the game. Of course, in the municipalities, it's more heated debate, but I really appreciate that. So thank you very much for participating in this. And then before we are going into, I think, the lunch break already, yes, I just want to make aware once again that we have the guidebooks of the game available here in the front. So please all feel free to pick it. It's again an explanation of the whole game, but also every single card is explained there a little bit. So I think it's a great starting point if you want to get more acquainted with it. And I just wanted to thank Bamba once again for also preparing this simulation of the discussion. It helped a lot. So thank you. I hope you enjoyed the game a little bit.
Yeah, thank you very much also from my side. I hope we didn't lose too much the online participants. It was a bit of a challenge to present it in a way, but I hope you could grasp the main idea of the RiskPACC game, how it works and how it can be useful. Yeah, as it was mentioned, this game was played in our associated cities and regions in 5 workshops. I was only able to join one of them. But also from what I heard from the others, this has led to lively discussions and where the cities and regions were able to bring together the relevant stakeholders, with which I think we already reached one goal: to bring these different stakeholders together and get them into discussion. Regarding the chosen solutions, you will learn about each of them during the day a bit more. In case this was a bit too short. So but thanks again, Sasha, for facilitating this, and to the players of this game. Now we have a few more minutes before lunch break, and we would like to use this occasion to have a group picture, if you don't mind, because also a few people have to leave early. So I would ask everyone who doesn't mind to be on the picture, to come to the front. And for the online participants, we would put them on screen. So if you don't mind, turn on your camera so that you can be somehow also be on the group picture. Okay, let's get to the front. All right, welcome back, everybody. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. So may I ask for your attention, please, back here? Thank you. So I will now hand over to the presentation of the technical tools part, where we will have the different tools presented, and not only presented, this will be followed by an interactive session. So there will be first a presentation by Pietro from STAM on the Hermes web-based tool. Then Chrysola will present the Aeolian app, which was developed by SCCS. And then Jesse from Public Sona will present their tool. And online, I think there will be Olia from the University of Twente to present tools that are based on VGI. And then Chrysola will continue with the RiskPACC platform. So then the first one is Pietro, please.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Pietro De Vito from STAM, WP5 leader, and also responsible for the development of the Hermes solution that we have integrated in the RiskPACC platform. So basically, Hermes, as it's written in this slide, is a web application. Is as I say, always a social network like platforms. Indeed, it reminds always the usual social networks that we use every day, like Facebook or LinkedIn. It is a space dedicated to reduce the RPAG. That is one of the main objectives of the project, in order to make and put in closer relation, the civil protection authorities and citizens, including also participation eventually of volunteers. So basically, Hermes has been developed by a strong backbone that we had in an internal solution of STAM that replicate this kind of a social network profile, and exploiting the different workshop, so the co-creation approach of RiskPACC, we started to collecting the requirements of such kind of solution in order to apply to the RiskPACC objectives. So basically, with this iterative approach, we started to create into a first mock-up of the solution in the first half of the project, and to finalize it with the development phase at the end of the technical activities. During these phases, of course, the tool was presented in different shapes, in different versions, in order to collect the requirements and the feedback from the stakeholders engaged during this kind of activities. So basically, at the end, these are the functionalities that we have integrated in Hermes. Like every social network or like every application, the user can create their profiles and also customize their profiles, basically based on their own characteristics and their own interests, in order to also have like a sort of fit that is customized based on, as said, their preferences. So Hermes, in addition, integrates the part of the creation of the communities, thanks to which the different users can be put together in unique communities where they can share material, information about events. And in order to reduce the RPAG, the best functionalities that can show you how we can try to put in place this kind of objective, to reach this objective, are the possibility to communicate between the civil protection authorities and the citizens. In doing so, the social network of Hermes allows the civil protection authorities to create posts and to share materials. So as every social network, as I said, they can inform the communities about some events, or sharing documents, pictures, like the best practices that we have integrated in order to prepare the users to a specific event. And the other functionalities related instead to the bilateral messaging system that we have integrated. It's a sort of chat box through which the civil protection authorities can communicate with the Hermes users, and this can be done also in a bilateral way, so also the citizen can contact directly the civil protection authority. And this is one of the functionalities that has got more interest from, we can say, the stakeholders that we have engaged. So this is more or less the kind of the Hermes solution. Then we will have also the opportunity to see it after this intervention. And just to give you a quick look to the shape of the tool, this is the homepage where you can see first of all your profile name above, and then you have the possibility to create a post, to see the posts that have been created and shared with the community. This is how you can create a post sharing all the information like a text, or you can attach also resources like images or documents. You have the notification bar in order to get aware about possible information that has being shared with the community, and that can be also of your interest. So you have in a first site, when you log in the Hermes, also this notification system that allows you to notice immediately about any kind of new event that has been shared. And as said, this is the bilateral messaging systems that allows the user to contact the civil protection authorities in order to share urgent information. And it is also the solution that the civil protection authorities leverages to contact the citizen to talk. Or, for instance, the civil protection authority can also leverage this kind of chat box in order to get in contact with volunteers to ask, for instance, assistance towards a specific community member or in general about the community. So that's all. I always put here a QR code where you can log to Hermes if you want to register to it and try directly as first and the application. It is more thought and designed for the for web-based application, so from browser from your PC, but you can use it without any kind of problems also from your smartphone, for instance. So feel free to try it if you want. Okay, that's all from my side. Thank you very much.
Okay, hello from my side as well. Actually, I'm representing today ICCS here. ICCS is the technical coordinator of the project, and we had a double role in RiskPACC. On the one hand, we had to prepare one of the technological solutions that it's the Aeolian AR mobile application that I will present shortly later on. And on the other hand, we also had to prepare the RiskPACC platform that hosts all the solutions, both technological and conceptual, that were developed. And for that presentation, I have some slides later on. So starting with our Aeolian application. Initially, the aim and objectives of the application. So first of all, we wanted to disseminate hazard-related information and media on a real-time initial basis, or at least on a near real-time basis. We needed to support real-time bidirectional interaction between experts, in our case CPAs, and vulnerable communities, citizens and volunteers were our target groups in RiskPACC. We wanted to develop a user-friendly, easily accessible tool so that it would provide targeted and easy to digest information so as to enhance inclusivity, knowledge generation and exchange. And at the same time, we wanted to ensure that our tool would support effective communication of both natural and man-made hazards to the relevant authorities, to citizens, and to volunteers. Eventually our tool supported enhancement of citizen preparedness and response to disastrous natural hazard events. It fostered the employment of precautionary actions in areas of concern by both CPAs and citizens, and also supported the enhancement of risk perception and bridging risk perception action gap. As Pietro showed before, that was the case also in our tool. It was developed through co-creation workshops, which were foreseen for the project. So we had internal workshops initially, where we presented the proposed tool functionalities, and then there was the matching between the case studies and the tools. Then we moved to phase 1, where we presented some mock-up screens and updated interface and functionalities. And the outcomes, we had updated user requirements, and we came up with the final functionalities of the application at that stage. Then we proceeded with bugs fixing and improvements in user interface and user experience. And then in lab phase 2, we had beta releases of our technological solution. We had updated interface and functionalities. And eventually, after some final refinements, we had the final versions of our tools. So in phase 1, only a brief walkthrough for those phases. In phase 1, we had mock-up screens. As said before, we wanted to address all phases of disaster risk management, so prevention, preparedness, response, and of course, lessons learned and recovery. In phase B, the first phase, iteration 1 of phase B, we had concluded which would be the core functionalities of the tool. So it would be a hazard map, a report. I will show you, I will give you some more information about each functionality later on. Training functionality, notifications, and emergency call. And we had some initial screens. And at that stage, our application was available to download from a QR code. It would participants in workshops were encouraged to scan this QR code and download the application and start running and playing with it. Then we had phase C, iteration 2 of the beta releases. We had identified and corrected bugs, and we proceeded with improvements and user friendliness. Again, through getting feedback from all the co-creation workshops and interactions with CPAs and citizens and volunteers, we came up with a final version of the tool. Here you can see the core functionalities and some key elements for the tool. So the main objectives have been the enhancement of risk perception and bridging of risk perception action gap, supporting, as I said before, all phases of disaster risk management, using a user-friendly and easily accessible tool. The key aspects is that it's a mobile application. It disseminates hazard-related information and media. It supports real-time bi-directional interaction between CPAs and citizens, and it makes use of immersive technology to do so. The target groups are CPAs, volunteers, and citizens, so that is practically all the groups, all the target groups of the project. So starting with the core functionalities, as I said before, the first one has been mapping, reporting, training, notifications, and SOS call. So starting with mapping, the initial screen in our application is this one, where a user can see the latest 5 hazard events that have been posted by a CPA and are available on his or her mobile phone. And by selecting each one of those hazards, one can find more information about the status of the hazard, if it's critical or important, or if it is ongoing or a closed event, and some brief additional information optionally provided by a CPA. In the reports, a user can create a new report by selecting this plus sign at the bottom right. By doing so, a user can create his own report. He needs to provide information about the disaster type and the location, and optional information about he can upload a photo for documentation, and optionally can fill in a damage assessment report so as to quickly provide a quick overview to the CPA about what's really going on site. So by selecting, for example, these options, he can create a new report and upon creation of a report, the user can start chatting with the CPA. On the one side, we have the user that can start chatting from his mobile phone. On the other side, we have the CPA that receives all this information in the platform, as I will show you later on, and they can interact. They can start interacting with. Now moving to the third functionality, which is training. We have 3 different modules for training: disaster training, augmented reality campaigns, and good to know footage. For disaster training, they can select a disaster, they can select a country of interest, otherwise they can see the whole registry of all the trainings that have been uploaded. Upon selection, for example, here I have selected flood as an event and Czech Republic as a country, and I will get this screen. I can find more information about this specific hazard, and then I can go through some questions, close-ended questions, true or false. Upon selection of the reply, I get a notification if my reply is correct or not, and which is the correct reply. Then the user is prompted to go through some task activities. For example, in our use case in Israel, in Eilat, where we focus on earthquakes, a task that was suggested to take was to undertake to take some photos and upload them, so as to be sent to the CPA. Or in another case, in case of a wildfire in Greece, the user is prompted to go through a list of what one needs to have in place in case of fire, so as to be prepared in case of an evacuation. Then we have AR campaigns. To run these campaigns, there is a tutorial to quickly see what the user is supposed to do, and then again he needs to select a disaster and or a country of interest. Upon selection, here I have selected my location was the red dot. I was in Athens, and the augmented reality campaign I had selected was a flood in Athens. So when I'm close to this location, I can see there's a message at the bottom that says that I'm close to a point of interest. If I'm not close to that point of interest, if I turn my phone now on and I'm in Brussels and the augmented reality is another place, then the Google Maps are activated in the background and navigate me how to go to that location. And once I'm there, I can run the campaign. I can select this icon, this flood icon. And upon selection, my camera is activated. I need to turn my camera around and track this icon. And when I find the icon and I select it, then I can find more information about this event as posted by a CPA. It could be a short text. You can see a paragraph here. It could be an image with, for example, a historical flood in that case at that specific location and some descriptive text. It could be also a video, again, with a historical flood. It was a historic flood in Rafina in this case, with some short information about that. So this is the training on site. Actually, for today, I have prepared a campaign for those who want to run the application. I was ready to prepare a campaign for heat waves because that was the weather in Greece. But eventually, I posted a campaign with floods. It's a campaign that was ready for Switzerland, so I just changed to a Brussels, Switzerland, something like that. You can find the name if you want in your mobile phone. Now, the third module for training is good to know, and practically here one can find PDF files and other literature of interest for different hazard events and for the countries available. And the two last functionalities have to do with the notifications. So a user receives notification when a new hazard event is posted or when a new training session is added, when a status, the status of a report has been changed, for example, for critical or important to less important to normal, or when the event priority has been modified. And we have again the last option is SOS call. Upon selection, there is a speed dial to 112. And eventually our application, of course, is available for Android only. It's available in Google Play Store. It can be easily downloaded and installed in the mobile devices. Here you can see some predefined credentials to log in to log in as a citizen, as a CPA, or as a volunteer. And some minor some kind of guidance for the installation. So that was all from me and the Aeolian. Thank you. I don't know if you have any questions for the app or clarifications you want. Nope. Okay, thank you.
Hi everyone, Jesse here from Public Sonar. So I think this presentation will be rather familiar for a lot of you. I'll just do a general overview of the platform, who we are as a company, and also what we developed over the course of the project. Right, so first starting with the company and the platform when it was built. So we weren't developed in the course of this project. We are sort of a mature software platform about a decade ago. Basically, the idea was that back when social media platforms were still up and coming, mainly Twitter back then, you could see a lot of information being posted in real time about any kind of public order safety related event. This is an example of Pukkelpop in 2011. There were some extreme weather events, as you can see on the picture. And while everything was going on, people that were at the festival, they were posting pictures, videos, and messages in real time on Twitter back then. So back then it was only that source. And afterwards, we sort of evaluated how that could be improved, that kind of crisis management together with law enforcement, municipality, and it became apparent that if they were to have that kind of information from social media, then that would improve their decision making. So then let's talk a bit about what is the platform exactly. So it's a SaaS solution. It works fully in the browser. You can log in anywhere with an internet connection with your own account. But in general, it's a real-time monitoring tool for collecting, analyzing, and reporting on information from what we call publicly available information. So that includes social media, but it also includes news sources and other kinds of websites. The main use cases that we see are early detection of incidents mainly. So if there's some kind of incident, think about a natural disaster like an earthquake or something like that, you can really quickly identify that by continuously scanning different sources. The other thing is situational awareness. So you can imagine here, for example, large events. We have a couple this year across the world. The Euro Cup, Summer Olympics coming up. There's a lot of information being put on social media. Now it's a bit more spread out, not just Twitter anymore. And being able to see all of those messages in real time is highly useful. We had some incidents in the beginning in Hamburg with a guy with an axe, and that is being filmed by citizens around the event and then put online at the same time. Some examples here as well. So this was, I think, 2020. was a terrorist attack in Vienna. And you can see all the way from the beginning to the end of the incident or the attack, what is going on. So you see the natural development of that event. It starts with people basically just asking what is going on because they don't know. And later you see actual people taking videos, pictures, while it is ongoing. You can see there the video in the middle from people that were just living above this synagogue. Then later on, you get more development. So there's arrests being made. Turned out those were also not the real perpetrators. So then it kind of continues. And all of that, it was basically collecting it and showing it to law enforcement while it was ongoing. Some other examples, so this is more for early detection. Earthquakes in the Netherlands, this is one example also in 2020, where you can see really from the beginning that when something happens and it's something that people want to talk about. So think about, this is a very good example because not everyone will instantly pick up the phone when an earthquake happens to call the police, right? It's not a clear sort of police issue, but they do want to talk about it. So it can be relevant for the first responders if it is a really big earthquake. And we can see here that really within the first minutes that the messages are first put online and then later also verified by the different news outlets as well. Then this has to do with also with another kind of project that we were doing, but some other examples of information that can be put out when you're talking about, for example, natural disasters. So of course there was the earthquake in Turkey, and well, there's different kind of examples there, but some examples include the distribution of aid or the misappropriation of aid, people making claims that aren't necessarily true, people talking about being in distress emotionally. So these kind of things can also be useful. All right, so then talking about the development during the project. So we work together with various case study partners, work together with the city of Padova, CAFO and ISAR, in order to develop those functionalities of the platform that were not supportive yet of mainly in international context. So what I didn't highlight yet there, but I will do in a second, sentiment analysis is a big part of the platform, and it was running mainly on one language. It wasn't at all suited for other languages. So we rebuilt, we use a different framework now in order to also support other languages for sentiment analysis. And we also needed to add options to collect information in other languages. So just starting in the beginning, so this is sort of the cycle, you can call it intelligence cycle or crisis management cycle. Basically, you start with collecting information. So that's what you see here. It's a bit small. Later on, I think we'll have some breakout sessions, so you can also have a closer look. But basically, we work with topics or cases, as we call them, and you can collect information around different kinds of topics. So those are the things I just gave some examples for: events, incidents. And then you need to search in different languages in order to collect the information. So you decide on language beforehand. That's something we added then for Italian, Czech, and I think a couple other languages as well. And then you're inside the case. This is where you see all of the information coming in. So that's where you see all the visuals, all the messages. And then, so this is about the searching. See different languages. And then you also need to think about what kind of keywords am I searching in. Of course, yeah, you need to have some translation and
yeah, building on that. Then let me see. Yeah, so we have 3 different kind of search options mainly. So one is with keywords, the other is with geofences, and the third one is with accounts. So with keywords, I think that speaks for itself. It's like going to Google, you fill in a keyword, that's it. But within Public Sonar, it works with building blocks where you host like many different keywords around the same topic. So you can search on all of that at the same time. And then for other languages, you need to translate those. Geofences, just extracting messages that were posted within an area. And then accounts, those are social media accounts you can follow. So this is the multilingual analysis example. So I cannot really show an interesting picture of the underlying framework or the structure, but this is what it looks like in the front end. So we have positive sentiment, negative sentiment, and then also negative sub-sentiment. So that's part of the negativity sentiment. And that also, yeah, that's nice to see that yourself, but then you also want to share that information with others. So that's what we build into the reporting functionality part of the tool. So that's it for the presentation. Any questions?
Thanks a lot. Good. Jesse, just a quick note. So before passing on to the next presentation, right? Yeah, it's the online one. So it's you can either stay there, should you want, or stand here. It's up to you. It's just to mention that after this last presentation, so you will have like displayed some of the tools we just mentioned. They would be here, probably in the inner circle of this place, so that we do not have to move everyone's chairs and so on. And so we will be able to actually have a direct look at what might be going on. Are you ready, or yeah? Sorry? Yeah, UT will present it first. Yeah. Oh, is it UT right now? Okay. Yes. Sorry. The UT. Oh yeah. It's not marine. DUT partner. Is there anyone?
Yeah, I will share my screen. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we do. Perfect.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I'm not starting my video because to minimize the technical issues. So hello everyone, I will representing from University of Twente. I will explain about our CAS project and collaborative damage mapping and thermal comfort tracker. So for this collaborative damage mapping, we already have 2 previous workshops which we got this feedback. There is the conflicting feedback from the citizen and also the CPA, where the citizen is finding out it easily classify the building damage level. Meanwhile, the CPA has this, they give us the lowest score in terms of trusting the product from the citizen. So, and also in addition, the citizen participants seek more for the training about the tools. So built upon of that feedback from 2 previous workshops, we have this objective to reduce the gap between positive self-assessment by the volunteers and the negative judgment of the voluntary contributions by the CPA. So in case for that, we have this improvement of the mapping tags and instruction that supporting volunteers' efforts to create the accurate, reliable, and usable results. So for that case, we have this 2 times test. The first we test with our students in University of Twente on 15 May on 2024. So we create the improvement and also the refine from the instructions and also the example for the mapping damage. And on 21st May 2024, we held the third workshop in MRP. So it's involving 15 participants of the CPA and also the citizen. And this is the example of the improvement that we created. On the left side is the instructions in the interactive video. So we created the new set of the interactive video instruction. That is, we make sure it's not that too long, but it's also enough information for the citizen and the CPA to understand. And on the right side is the new example of the pictures as references to the mapping tags. And we also create a new mapping tags with the different level of difficulties. So we create 5 new tags that starting with the easiest to the most difficult one. And this is the overview of the result that generated from the tools, the GeoCitizen tools after the mapping activity. This result shows encoded in KML format. And the evaluation from the third workshop on 21st May, we got this from the citizen. They are majority fully agree that they can provide the accurate information, which is also a good feedback from the CPA. They are fully agreed that the information provided by the volunteers was generally accurate. And also from the citizen, they are fully agreed that the instruction that we provided were clear. And the majority of citizens also fully agreed that the new example of picture provided made it easier for them to understand about the mapping tags. And also, finally, we got this positive feedback from the CPA that they also fully agreed that all the information was useful for the CPA. And for our Telmar comfort tracker, we have several activities that already done and also still going on. So in the first, we have this thermal perception survey for the winter that is already done, and it's about 30 volunteers geoinformation that participated. And we have the second activities for surround sensor monitoring. It's also done, 109 sensor location already monitored by the volunteers. And the upcoming activity is the thermal perception survey for the summer interview. And then in the middle of the process, we also have this digital twin simulation tool development. So this is the conceptual activities for all of our activities. So we have this thermal perception survey, we also have the sensor surround monitoring, and we also have the sensor data analysis that we connected one another, and we want to create it at the end is a digital twin simulation tool. So the upcoming activity, as I mentioned, is the thermal perception survey in summer edition. So the VGI will have the survey-based activity to ask the citizen in Padua about their perception or condition during warm spring days. We expected it will be in this July 2024. And from the perception, we will compare between the outdoor thermal information from the sensor datasets, because it's already installed 109 sensor throughout all the cities, that the data itself is recorded every 15 minutes. So we have this objective result and also subjective that we will try to have this comparison one another. And from the survey, we also get the preference from the citizen about the type of nature-based solution they are preferred to be installed in their city. And another upcoming activity that's still under development is the digital twin simulation tool. So the digital twin tool created to help the municipality of Padua to combat the heat waves and try to cool down the Padua city, which the tool itself will provide several types of nature-based simulation that we will try to connect with the nature-based simulation preferences from the citizen. And then for that, we will try to install it in the hotspot area that we will try to identify in the sensor location monitoring. And the digital twin simulation will apply the quantification model using physical equivalent temperature that allow the inclusion of the natural features effects on temperature, such as sun irradiation and wind speed. The PET model, based on the quantified effect of temperature, solar radiation, NDVI, wind speed, and to define the outdoor feels like temperature on the human thermal comfort perception. This is the overview of our first idea about digital twin simulation tool. So we created our tool based on the previous study in our university. This is the digital twin for PET calculation in the municipality of Enschede, Netherlands. On the left figures, it's the overview of the 2D environment, and on the right, there is a 3D environment overview, and the bottom right, there is the overview of the physical temperature model after the intervention simulation of installation of the tree. And this is our current look for our digital simulation tool development. So the idea, the stakeholders or the users can put their natural-based solutions such as trees, water bodies, or grass on the platform, and then after that they will calculate the PET model, and then we also can get how much temperature can be reduced or cooling down in the area. Our model, the idea of our model is more into the neighborhood or local simulation. So the summary is for the collaborative mapping damage, we want to have this better understanding of the damage mapping process to provide more reliable output by the volunteers to the CPA. And for the thermal comfort tracker, we want to provide a deeper understanding of how citizens perceive thermal comfort, identification of actual heat hazard hotspot, and the simulation or quantification of the impact of natural-based solution intervention to lower temperature in the dense and sealed industrial area of Padua. Yeah, and that's the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Olja, and also thank you for all the other tool providers for presenting their tools. And then now we will have a presentation of the platform, right, by Chrysola. Okay.
Okay, coming back this time for a short presentation of the platform. Actually, I have only a few slides here, and then I can show you how to navigate in the platform. I will log in the platform. A clarification here is that, as you can see, there are different credentials, there are different accounts. So I will log in as a citizen, I will log in as a CPA, and you will see which are the advanced rights actually of a CPA. But initially, some introductory slides. So this is a very generic slide. We all know, at least those who are in the room today, that the major issues that need to be addressed by RiskPACC is the fact that the risk awareness and levels of preparedness across Europe remain low. So on the one side, we have gaps between citizens' risk perceptions and actions, and on the other side, we have gaps between citizens and CPAs' risk perceptions. So the ultimate purpose of RiskPACC is how to further support understanding and bridging of this risk perception action gap. And now comes the platform, and why did we need a platform here? So the aim of the platform has been the design and the establishment of an innovative digital environment that would ensure the maximum modularity and interoperability, and at the same time it would be flexible enough so as to meet the user requirements and support eventually this bridging of risk perception action gap. So the main objectives of the platform, we wanted to host the different tools and components. You have heard about the 5 technological solutions that have been developed, some already developed beforehand and refined during the project, some others developed during the project from scratch. At the same time, we had methodologies, the so-called in our project conceptual tools that were developed, and we also wanted to integrate them in the platform. And we also had a list of best practices, recommendations, and relevant literature that would be very interesting for reference, so as to be hanged somewhere in the platform. So we wanted to host all these different elements. We had to design software interfacing for those components that were already available beforehand with those developed in the context of the project. And we needed to ensure that they communicate seamlessly, all the platform components. We had to design a shared common data repository for all the information gathered from the different tools, and APIs for each building block to simplify overall the integration of the integration activity of the system. And we wanted to establish from the platform the direct communication between citizens and CPAs. So that's the other end. On the one hand, we had the applications where information was coming from citizens, and we wanted to have the other way around for this communication, so how CPAs would send information to the users, for example, of the applications, or how to get all the information together. And I'm just mentioning that the co-creation approach has been a very basic approach that was adopted in RiskPACC. It supported the development and the refinement of the tools, and we tried to accommodate as much as possible also in the development of the platform. Of course, it was not the platform was tested from citizens during the first stages, because it was developed at later stages, but we tried to interact with users of the platform so as to get feedback from them and accommodate, when relevant, feedback in the final version of the platform. The key features that there is a common authentication server. This means we have a single sign-on. A user signs on once, and he can have access without needing to re-enter authentication factors, and staying in the same environment at the same time. We also have different levels of access to data, So there are sections that provide access to the general public. There are common sections. These are the citizen accounts, but we have some authorized users with advanced rights, the CPA accounts, who can actually operate on data. They can edit, delete data sets, and we have foreseen human verification to upgrade the role from a citizen to CPA, so as to make sure that the accounts are fully protected. And there was also a need to make country-based accounts, since we wanted to ensure that CPAs would get information of interest to them, so they needed to be, each account had to be associated with a registration country. So there are sections that can be shared among all the accounts, but CPAs and citizens have access only to a specific information that is directly related to their country of registration. And here are the 4 different types of accounts that have been created. To start from, this is the link where you can access the platform. And there are predefined credentials. There is one type of account that is a basic account. It's for the citizens. Another account is the volunteers. Actually, they have the same rights. They're both basic accounts. And we really needed the second type of account, especially for our case study in Israel, where we focused on affiliated volunteers. Then we have a CPA all account. This account has advanced rights. They can edit, chat, create new posts, and there is no country filtering only for this account. We wanted to have one account for demonstration purposes, so that when a user logs in as a CPA all, he can have a complete overview of all the posts of all the hazards that have been posted, all the reports that have ever been created in the platform. And then we provided some accounts for our external cities. We have 6 external cities, so we provided 12 accounts, 2 per external city, 1 for citizen and 1 for CPAs. And here are the usernames and, of course, we have the passwords. So these are the 3 ways someone can log in the platform with these predefined credentials. And actually, I can leave this slide on now, and later on, if you want to test the platform, because you can enter this way, you need to go here and select whichever account you want to log in. And now we'll move to my laptop, and I will go through with a live demonstration of the platform. Unless you have anything you want to ask me now.
There are 2 questions in the chat for you, so maybe when you get to your laptop, I don't know if you're in the Zoom call, but they're quite long, so you might want to read them. Yeah. One's for Aeolian and one is for just the tools in general.
Okay, should we answer them now? Or?
Yeah, we can. Do you want me to read them out to you?
Yes.
Okay. So, yeah, one is very long. So the first one, that's quite long, I'll go through this one first, is apps are very good devices, but there is one major disadvantage. You need to download it. If you do not have it on your handy or, I guess, handphone or computer, you cannot engage in communication with the CPA. There are other softwares used by dispatch centers, in parentheses, PSAPs or ops control rooms or whatever, and parentheses, like I-999, an example in the UK, Belgium, etc., or Bergsund in Denmark. There are such devices that CPAs can use to get pics, videos from the scene for wider operational picture. A link is sent to your mobile phone with an oral request beforehand that the CPA is willing to take over your phone's camera. What you only need is a phone with camera and data connection. This is mainly from the scene to the ops center. The other way, which is reverse 112, is when ops centers are sending out geolocation-based alerts, such as using cell broadcast or SMS-based technology. Technology development is done on cell broadcast using static or dynamic information sharing, even with the help of AI or chatbots. Of course, every item is welcomed in this toolbox. That's the first point. I don't know if you want me to continue to Aeolian or if you...
I'm not sure I got the question, but
it seems like it was more of a comment.
Okay, one comment that I have is that I understood that it mostly has to do with the response phase. It tells what the users, in this case could be the citizens, what could do during a response. A core difference, if the comment goes for Aeolian, is that Aeolian app addresses all phases of disaster risk management. So we also have, for example, prevention and preparedness. We have training material, training campaigns on-site, online, so as to support these phases. And also lessons learned and recovery phase. This is a quick comment. I don't know if there is anything else.
Yes, there was one more about the Aeolian disaster risk. It said, unfortunately, the Aeolian disaster risk app is not available for different devices. I think it's very important that it is. Is it planned to make it available for other devices?
Yes, it was originally planned to be made available for Android devices. We believed that actually we would get more of the audience by developing it for those who use Android phones. Eventually, it turned out that most users have iOS systems, so Apple phones. So we have it in mind, but it had to be developed from scratch. When we realized it was at the late stage of the project, so it had to be designed from scratch, and that's why we don't offer it at this stage for iOS phones as well. Okay, I'm moving for the platform. Okay. Now you can see the initial screen in the platform. I'm logged in as a citizen this time. So this is the initial screen I get. Inevitably, we had to register a country. You don't see it. We had to register one country for each account. So for citizens, we registered Greece. So if I log in as a citizen, I can see the 5 latest hazard events that have been posted for Greece. By selecting each one of these events, I can find more information. For example, I can see if there's a hazard event in Athens, which is closed, one closed in Kalamaria, or some others ongoing. By selecting each one, I can move to the specific location and find some more information when it was posted and if there was a description provided by a CPA. By moving to the hazard map, yeah. It's only the CPA. It's up to the CPA if you want to have it posted, even if it's closed. He may want to have it there, even if it's a closed event. And it's always up to the CPA when he can modify any details of this specific hazard. I'm only a viewer as a citizen. I can only see what they post for me.
What is the necessity for the citizens to see the five latest hazards?
We had to select a small number of events. It should not be a long registry of events. The 5 most important, and if they want to see the whole registry, then they move to the hazard map. There they can see the whole list of which is as long as they want since the beginning, of the project. So this is what I would show you right now in the hazard map. When they are here, I repeat that I'm logged in as a citizen, so they can see all the hazard events that have been posted. They can filter their selection based on date and time of post, based on hazard, based on priority, on place, whatever they want, or based on the status if it's an ongoing or closed. And they can only see here show on map. So they can, for this specific hazard, or for example, let's select the last one that has been created. Sorry, it's delayed. In any case, for example, here it's a chemical accident in this area. So I can move to the map, and then if I select that, I can find if there is information posted for this specific event. So here is the whole registry of hazard maps, but in the dashboard there are only the 5 latest hazard maps. When I'm logged in this is the case when I'm logged in as a citizen. When I'm logged in, I will log out and log in again as a CPA this time, to show you at this point what's the difference. So the difference here is that I have some advanced rights. Apart from showing the map, viewing the map, I can also add a new event here, or I can go to any of those events that have been posted and I can modify it. I can edit, I can even delete it, or I can, by editing that, I can change its status, I can change it, for example, I go here and I can change anything from its type, or the place, or the status, ongoing or closed, priority, if it has changed, and I can also modify the text, this short description that has been posted. And when I'm logged in as a CPA, another advanced right that I have is that I can see the whole registry of the reports. When I was presenting Aeolian app, for example, before, I showed you how the users using the app can send directly a message. They can open a chat with the CPAs. So this is where the information is collected. in the platform. Here, the CPAs can see which tool has sent this information. In RiskPACC, it's two tools that have been integrated. It's STAM tool and ICCS tool that they get this information. They get feedback from direct chat with the users. They can filter it based on date and time, or on hazard type or place, and they can see. I'll show you again. For example, there has been traffic accident in this area, so I can see more details. When I see more details, I can see the chat. So by starting editing here, this will directly go to the user that has uploaded this specific report. Then we have framework. Maureen showed an overview of the framework before, and all the work that has been implemented for that. What we show in the platform, some initial information, what's the risk perception action gap, and then we have content for all the 4 basic modules of framework: understanding, building, relating, and sharing. All these are tabs populated with appropriate content. The difference here is that the content is classified into content for local risk context or content for local people context. It is different. And the other difference is that now I'm logged in as a CPA, and I can see this information, and I can see resources for CPAs for local people context, or resources for CPAs for local risk context or local people context. And when I go to the end, I can see other resources. So in other resources, I can see resources for citizens. If I'm logged in as a citizen, I can see initially information of interest for citizens, and then at the bottom I can find as other resources that are for CPAs. So it's the other way around. We also have integrated the good practices. So there is a knowledge base of good practices that have been identified in the project. When I'm logged in as a CPA, I can find all these practices, a description, some details, and also the advanced rights are also here. I can edit or delete any of them. If I'm logged in as a citizen, I don't have these rights. I can only see the description, and I can find the external links to each one of these practices. Going to training. Now we have all the work that has been implemented by Kemea and has been integrated here that has to do initially with the conceptual, a description of the conceptual tools of the project developed by the relevant partners. So for co-creation methodology, it's not loading, but here you can find videos, and you can find PDF files and infographics for each one of these tabs, each tab corresponding to a different conceptual tool. So yeah, it's loaded. Co-creation methodology, participatory mapping exercise from University of Warwick, risk communication exercise, and nudging from University of Stuttgart. Recommendations is a tab that will be populated at the very end of the project, since we will host their content that will come as output from Work Package 6 activities. And we also have a quiz here. This quiz is common for regardless of whether I'm logged in as a citizen or a CPA. So it supports a user to correctly identify which tool, which one of the technological tools best meet his or her needs. So, for example, I'm interested in floods, and I'm interested in preparedness and mitigation, and the principal users are citizens. And the functionality I'm most interested in, I'm interested in training citizens about disasters and best practices. And I have a match by 75% with the Aeolian app and 75% with the Hermes app. And I can see the matching with the comparison of all the tools here. And I can see brief information of what this app is about, what's the Aeolian, and what's Hermes about. So a quick matching of my needs with the tools, with the technological tools. And here is the section where one can find more information about each one of the tools. So for VGI tools, we have both tools developed by UT, the mapping damage and thermal comfort tracker. For each one of the tools, there are 4 different tabs. Tool, video, where one can access practically the tool. Then we have a video, informative short video about, it's not loading, okay. A short video about each one of the tools, manuals, and cards. Cards actually included for graphics. There is a delay, sorry for that. Same for public zoner. Here, by selecting public zoner, I can see it only if I'm logged in as a CPA. This is another difference, another advanced right of the CPAs. Citizens cannot access. We don't want them to access this platform. So when I'm logged in as a CPA, I can see more information about the tool, a video, or more videos in this case for the tool, explanatory of what the tool does, and some manuals. Same for Hermes. Again, by selecting tool, I can see the initial screen of the tool. There is the video that has been developed by Stam for the tool, the manuals, and the infographics. And for Aeolian, same thing for the tool. We have for the Aeolian application, tool, videos, manuals, and cards. The only difference, and the last difference here, is that we also have integrated the app management. This is a content management system for our application. So a CPA, it's only accessible to a CPA, and when a CPA wants to add new content for the application, he needs to log in as a CPA and go to the app management. And for example, if you want to add a new disaster training, he wants to modify an existing training, he needs to do it through here. Here, all the available trainings that have been created. They can be filtered based on country or hazard type, or he can add a new training, for example, for wildfire. He can create for a country, for Greece. And he can select which phase, mitigation, and then start by adding questions for the quiz, or including these introductory texts and so on. So in order to create a new training, one needs to go here. This goes for disaster training. It's not uploading. Augmented reality campaigns, same thing, in order to create a new campaign. And good to know footage. So here, when a CPA wants to add a PDF file, he needs to go here, or delete a file that has been uploaded. He needs to go here, add new content, for example, for a traffic accident, and I can add files. The name, I need to upload the file, and once I do it, it is directly available on the mobile phone. So that was all for the platform. That was the last functionality. I don't know if you have any questions. Or if there is anything in the chat, I have not seen it.
We don't have any question online.
Okay.
Well, thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Maybe we'll move on to the demonstration. I mean, sorry, but as you can all imagine, and looking at your respective laptops, we have some issues with the internet. I mean, it's a bit slow. So maybe during the kind of demo, you might be able to see more about the tools and the platform. So should we directly step into the well, we'll rearrange a bit the room for the different demos. So I will make some room right in the middle. What I would propose is to have the tool displayed in the inner cycle, as I said, so in the alley, so that it will be easier for you to circulate. And what time is it? Yeah, we are pretty much like it will be. Yeah, you have pretty much 50 minutes to actually see what you can do. Ask any question you may have a better look at what is possible, what can be done with the tools. So yeah, so now I will step up and I will make some room, all right, for the tools provider and presenters, so that you can actually sit somewhere at your convenience.
Guillaume, I don't know when it would be most. It would fit most. There is also a platform video. It's an 8-minute video.
You can actually like display it now if you want.
The only issue is that I'm supposed to be sharing, but I'm not sharing. I don't know why.
You're not sharing anymore?
I have the video. No, you don't see the screen I'm sharing.
Or maybe did you select like the browser as the only thing that you share, or?
Okay.
And sometimes you just select like
I will do it again.
window or.
So do you want me to show the video
I mean,
now?
like, you can show it directly like as far as we're all
here.
together.
Okay. Video.
Priscilla, there's also one question in the chat asking about if they can use the platform in the long run.
Our intention is to keep it running. A big issue here is that we host tools that come from different partners, so we cannot make sure that the tools will keep being developed and refined, and some bugs will keep being fixed. From our side, we have the intention to keep the platform running and to keep Aeolian app running. So.
What is it?
I have the video. Sharing.
I'll just take this opportunity just as a reminder for those of you who arrived a bit late, just to sign the, to mention your name and your organization, as well as to sign this attendance list. It's important for us, I mean, just to keep track of how many people attended. You can either do it like when you will be able like, to take later on during the next break or whatever. So just please do not forget to sign. This sheet is actually important first. There are also like few badges for those of you who register to the event. Should you not, there are also like some available ones, so feel free to mark your names and to put them on. You can. Go ahead.
Okay. There's no sound? There should be. We cannot hear the sound?
Vincent is coming to your help.
Okay, yeah, I get, when you stop sharing and then share again, and when you share again, there should be a little box that says share audio as well.
Stop sharing first. And share again.
Share sound.
Ah.
The usual technical issues.
RiskPACC is an EU-funded project aimed at bringing the risk perception action gap by fostering collaboration between citizens and civil protection authorities to develop and implement procedural and technical solutions for enhanced disaster resilience against natural and anthropogenic hazards. RiskPACC and its solutions are distinguished by the following characteristics. RiskPACC fosters an understanding of the risk perception action gap. A co-creation approach has been adopted to jointly design solutions. Two-way communication between citizens and CPAs was established. Guidance for close collaboration between citizens and CPAs is provided by the RiskPACC framework. Crowdsourcing and VGI technologies have been exploited in tools development. Despite current limitations in bidirectional communication between CPAs and citizens when it comes to emergency response, the RiskPACC project aims to bridge this communication gap through robust two-way interactive communication services. At its core, the innovative digital RiskPACC platform supports this goal with its modular design, interoperability, and user-friendly features, serving as a comprehensive knowledge base and tool repository. The advanced functionalities of the platform include inter alia, establishing communication links for two-way interactive services, allowing CPAs to exchange urgent and critical information with citizens and/or volunteers for more proactive disaster management, facilitating seamless communication between the platform components by designing software interfaces for existing and newly developed components and enabling dynamic comm between apps and platform. The RiskPACC platform, designed and implemented by the iSense Group of the Institute of Communication and Computer Systems, is built on static and dynamic components to achieve the project's goals. The platform integrates these components through a web-based interface, featuring a common authentication server for seamless access and predefined user accounts, ensuring different levels of data access, tailored to CPAs and citizens or volunteers. The initial dashboard page for both citizens and CPAs displays a map, showing the exact locations, status, and priority levels of the 5 latest hazard events, uploaded by CPAs, encompassing both natural and anthropogenic events. When logged in as a citizen, the user can see on a map the whole registry of hazard events that have been published by a CPA for their registration country. When logged in as a CPA, besides these, the user can also add a new hazard event and/or modify the properties of an existing one. For example, switch it from high priority to low priority or from ongoing to closed. CPAs logged in the platform have also the advanced capability to access reports sent by users. Utilizing the independent AR mobile application and the Hermes desktop application, users can directly contact CPAs and report ongoing hazards, and CPAs can start communication with these users through the tab Reports of the platform. The RiskPACC collaborative framework facilitates co-creation of risk communication strategies based on an ongoing two-way conversation between the public, civil protection and emergency management authorities, structured among 4 modules: understanding, sharing, relating, and building. Users' access to resources, including external links and downloadable materials, varies based on their login account and provides information on local risk and community contexts. The RiskPACC platform also offers a collection of helpful resources designed to support in application of the RiskPACC framework. A user can search for resources by framework module, finding both practical and theoretical guidance to implement the modules effectively. Additional information on the conceptual tools that have been developed within the project, as well as a custom-made training material to guide users from different target groups on the repository and framework, is also provided in the platform. RiskPACC platform also hosts a decision survey quiz that supports the user to identify this RiskPACC technological solution that best matches his or her needs, based on replies to 4 properly selected questions. Additional information for each technological solution, including instructions on how to access the tools, videos and infographics for the tool, as well as tool manuals, are accessible via the platform. Especially for the Aeolian, which is a mobile application, apart from this information, a content management system for Aeolian is also available in the platform when logged in as a CPA. The Mapping Damage tool and the Thermal Comfort Tracker tool, both being volunteered geographic information tools, were developed from scratch from the University of Twente. The Mapping Damage tool has been developed together with the Greek Center for Security Studies and the municipality of Rafina Pikermi in Greece, and focuses on understanding better how risk and disaster-related volunteer contributions can best support civil protection authorities. The Thermal Comfort Tracker tool has been developed together with the municipality of Padua in Italy and aims to obtain information on how people in a given situation perceive their personal thermal situation. The Public Sonar platform is a refined version of the already existing Public Sonar platform provided by CrowdSense. This tool is focused on sentiment analysis derived from publicly available data. It exploits crowdsourced data to help CPAs obtain real-time knowledge from publicly available information sources and mitigate the hazardous impact of natural and man-made hazards. The Hermes application is a refined version of the already existing Hermes application provided by STAM. This tool is focused on providing a web-based platform to categorize users in communities. It facilitates the communication between CPAs and citizens in case of emergency and allows CPAs to make accessible to the users educational and informative material for different hazards. The Aeolian AR mobile application has been developed from scratch from ICCS. This tool is focused on the development of an AR mobile app and other gamified approaches to enhance the bidirectional communication between CPAs and users. It provides educational learning features for users with regards to natural and man-made hazards, and improves situational awareness of users during an ongoing hazard. The development and refinement of the tools and the platform has been based on a systematic co-creation approach, as tool providers interacted with case study partners during several structured workshops. The RiskPACC partners will continue their efforts towards providing solutions for a safer, more connected society where citizens and civil protection authorities will cooperate together to effectively face and manage natural and anthropogenic hazards.
That was the video. There was a delay actually between what we were hearing and what we can see in the video, but more or less it's pretty close to what you saw.
I think it was good to give an impression. So just to repeat, unless you wanted to add anything on that, or
no.
Yeah, then so just to repeat what Guillaume said earlier. So he made a bit space in the middle of the room, and now the tool providers, at least those present here in the room, will have their place there, and the participants can gather around to get a bit more detailed information on the specific tools. For the online participants, they would be able to access the platform, right, with what you have shown before. Maybe we can put the access details on screen again. So to the online participants, feel free to log into the platform where you, as it was shown earlier, can also access the different tools. And if you have any question, post them in the chat. We will try to answer them as far as possible. As you know, the tool providers will also be busy with here in the room, but we will do our best to process the questions and then, hopefully answer your questions. Okay. All right, welcome back here. As you might have noticed, we gave a bit more time for the coffee break, and the reason is, as I mentioned this morning, unfortunately, Jeanette had to call in sick this morning, who would have been the presenter of the co-creation approach that has been developed and implemented in the RiskPACC project. This session will be a bit shorter. We will ask Jeanette if we can share her presentation afterwards with all the participants. And then, as you might have seen during the platform presentation, and maybe also when using it yourself, there's also information in an interactive format on the co-creation approach on the platform. And in addition to that, there is a short video that we will now just play, just to give an introduction to the co-creation approach.
RiskPACC's co-creation workshop process. RiskPACC's co-creation approach, to improve the communication through co-creational workshops to establish a two-way communication between civil protection authorities and citizens to close the risk perception action gap. This means that in addition to the communication from the authorities towards the population, there is also a second communication channel. The authorities also listen to the citizens. Steps for preparation include definition of scope and objectives, setting a date and time, recruiting participants and sending out the invites, splitting up roles and tasks between the organizers and moderators. For the introduction phase, the topics and research questions will be developed in closer collaboration with the workshop leaders to focus more on disaster risk. Before the workshop leaders identified the need for closer alignment with the research interests of the risk perception action gap. As a result, the workshop agenda needed to include a specific focus on some aspects of the RiskPACC framework. Steps for introduction include introducing the organizers, moderators, and the RiskPACC project, giving room for the participants to introduce themselves, collecting missing GDPR consent forms. In the conceptualization phase, additional co-creation activities were added. The activities are participatory mapping and co-design of risk communication processes. As before, the activities are explained to participants in the conceptualization phase and worked on in the collaboration phase. If it is not possible to adopt the proposed activities, therefore, space was created for focus group interviews and discussions, as well as testing of training materials. Steps for conceptualization include presenting in-depth input on the RiskPACC project and the RPAG in relation to the case study, presenting and explaining the chosen workshop methodology, forming subgroups and separating these groups physically or virtually in team rooms. The collaboration phase therefore began with work on the co-creation activity introduced earlier. These activities provide interesting starting points for discussions around the closing the RPAG. The interchangeable modules of the conceptual phase include testing of technological or conceptual solutions. For example, the technological solutions could be tested in subgroups. Steps for collaboration include letting the participants evaluate the chosen methodology assigned to the subgroup, offering the right tools to enable the participants to develop innovative solutions, merging all groups back together in the plenum, hearing every subgroup pitch their ideas to each other. The final phase of the workshop is the continuation phase, where contact information is collected to enable follow-up communication. Participants may receive a certificate of attendance for the workshop, and afterwards the workshop will be evaluated. Steps for continuation include choosing a form of follow-up communication and, where applies, providing the project partners with the content needed for the exposure, providing the workshop participants with certificates of participation, writing evaluations on the successes and issues with the workshop procedure, fabricating the documentation of the workshop by transcribing or summarizing the recordings of the participants' input. If you're interested in in-depth explanation for your preparation, then check out the RiskPACC Lab methodology and glossary.
Reconfiguration.
All right, so I hope that this could at least give an impression on how the co-creation lab methodology has worked and has been implemented in RiskPACC. So now, as for our final session, before we wrap up the day, I would give the floor to Bamba, who will moderate the next session. So as mentioned earlier, we have co-created our solutions within case studies, and then afterwards brought these solutions to new environments, to our associated cities and regions, and they will in this session give their impression, their experience within RiskPACC. So, Bamba, please.
Hello, everyone. So that will be the moment right now to gather the experience of the cities who have been involved in this project since officially February 2023 and 2023, and so it has been more than 1 year right now, and so I will talk a little bit about the importance of the cities and region in the crisis management, especially in the RiskPACC project, and gave some insight about AFUs and how also it is important to involve the first responders with some local knowledge that they have. And after that, we will have some questions to open the debate between the cities and the partner of the project about the solutions that have been developed, and all the other tools. So in RiskPACC, we had 6 cities who were involved in the project. Setúbal, so from Portugal, Heidelberg from Germany, Calamaria from Greece, Karlsruhe from Germany, Unione della Romagna Faentina from Italy is a region in the Emilia-Romagna region, an association of 6 cities, I mean. Dansk from Poland, and yeah, so all this, we don't have here today the cities of Karlsruhe, Unione della Romagna Faentina, and Dansk. Since here Karlsruhe, they are mostly involved in some Euro operation in Germany right now. Unione della Romagna Faentina, they had some problem with their staff changes, with their staff, so they weren't able to finish the phase of the testing. And Dansk also, they had some availabilities, and I think there is Jakub from Dansk who is joining online right now. And in somehow all these cities have been involved in the testing phase from far or close here to the project. Sorry, I have it twice here. So the role of the cities in this, so I'm really happy. Before that also, I want to thank the cities for their involvement in the project, because since they were something that they did on a voluntary basis to be part of this project. So I want to thank them here again. And so, yeah, I have pleasure here welcoming them, 3 of them in each city. Yeah. And so cities and regions, they are a really key part of the RiskPACC project, since they bring practical knowledge on the practices that they already have in their city. And they had also real-world challenges that help shape and better improve the RiskPACC solution. So their active involvement during the project ensures that the strategies and the tools we develop are not only innovative, but also realistic and are also tailored to the needs for each community. I mean, every city and region is different and are facing different risks, and we had the opportunity to see that going to another city, to another one for the feedback testing, and yeah, we saw that the risks were really different from one city to another one, and so yeah, there is this need to always shape and adapt the tools to the reality that we have in front of ourselves. And at AFUSO, we try to play this role connecting the cities to the private sector who is here present, and also to the research, so being the link between these two worlds by facilitating collaborations. And so we bring different experts within the cities, and for example, here in Portugal, they are from the civil protection, and in Calamaria, they are working in the municipality, and in Heidelberg, yeah, it's from the firefighters. So yeah, there are different collaboration between different services in the city. And we bring so these different experts together within the cities to improve the crisis management abilities and adapt also the RiskPACC tools. This helps us so integrate the latest research that we have and the technology into some practical tools and strategies that the cities and region can use. So this collaboration between the research and the practice, I think, is really vital for creating effective and sustainable solutions. And so understanding also the local risk and to tailor it also to is crucial, because that can help us to create more effective solutions which are tailored to their needs. Also, most of them are they already use currently the tools that they already have in their own context, and they had already solution to address the risk that they face. And yeah, the role of the RiskPACC project was here how to give them an added value to what they are using or the risk they are facing, and helping so in order to help them improve their crisis management strategies. And so we have here the cities today who will tell us about how these tools worked, the tool that they had worked in the past crisis, and also what RiskPACC brought to their already existing solutions, that they are implementing and they already have in their community. Sorry. So talking about also the experience of AFUs about this, I think is the involvement of citizens has been also a crucial point in the RiskPACC project, also in the cities, and some project that AFUs used to lead. For example, in the Brabant Wallon here in Belgium, for example, the citizens are involved in they help the Royal Meteorological Institute by sharing the data they are from the rain gauges in their garden, so participating in the crisis management if ever they can, so know when a flooding could happen in the river, for example, in Belgium. And yeah, Brabant Wallon is one of the city in the AFUs network, and that can also this can improve the local crisis and management. That's the same also example that we had in the alarm project that AFUs used to do between Belgium and France, where some ambulances or firefighters were between the border in the border between France and Belgium were doing the intervention when it was if they were closer to one border to another one. So yeah, it's some kind of collaborative communication that crisis management that yeah, we had some knowledge maybe. Yeah. So these are some kind of significant achievements and collaboration innovation using these new tools that we had in the RiskPACC project, and that was also something new for the cities, interacting with these conceptual tools and solution of the RiskPACC project, and how also this can be beneficial to the end users and to the local official who are at the end master of the crisis management in their own city. So they have this strategical role, so of the local official that we shouldn't neglect. So this role that they have in the cities, and we, like as Europe or European projects, should so provide them some necessary tools and support in order to better manage risk and face the challenges that they are having in the daily lives or with the current crises that are coming lately in Europe also. So yeah, that was also a room, I think, this project for the cities in order to share their experience and learning, since they did some travels around the cities or the case studies partners, going to see during the knowledge section event what are the already existing tools, what the project is doing, and how they can so share their own experience or suggest directly also to the project some new methods or new strategies in order to manage crises, and at the end to serve their own community also. So yeah, that was everything about a brief introduction about the cities and what's the role also of AFUs and why they were brought in this project. So yeah, there will be a really open debate between the cities who tested the solution of the platform and also all the partners of the consortium who are here present to tell us about what are the needs that the project covered for them, the uncovered aspects also, and after that they can give us some we can have some talk about some areas of improvement that we could bring to the project. So there are some opening questions I have here, which is the first one, so about the needs covered by the projects. So I would want to know about from the cities, like what specific crisis management needs has your city identified, and how has the RiskPACC project contributed to addressing them? So I will start with Calamaria first, please. If you can share us about, so your experience about how the RiskPACC project contributed to address your own risk, and what was also the specific crisis management needs you had identified before.
Hello. As you most know, Greece is a highly seismogenic region with hundreds of earthquakes annually.
Sorry, Alex, can you just please give a brief introduction of yourself?
Okay, yes.
And
Sorry.
They could know about you.
I'm Alexis Sidiropoulos. I'm Chief of the Office, Civil Protection Office of the Municipality of Kalamaria. And I came here to speak about the RiskPACC and the needs covered by the program. So we chose the earthquake crisis because the main reason is that, as I say, Greece is a highly seismogenic region with hundreds of earthquakes annually, and there is a great need to inform citizens of how to deal with risk before, during, and after the event. In our city, we have a lack of communication and coordination between citizens and civil protection authorities, as well as between services and CPAs. So, at the present stage, in our city, there is no application for citizens that is useful for communication. RiskPACC and the Aeolian app that we use covered this gap between the authorities and the citizens. So, as we speak, until now, we have the only mean that can communicate with the people was the telephone. So it's a very useful tool. The RiskPACC philosophy responds to need by bridging the gap between citizens and institutions. So we think that's a need covered by the program we have in our city.
Well, okay, thank you very much. And
you're welcome.
Just about the earthquake crisis, have you ever did it happen an earthquake in your region, in Kalamaria, in Thessaloniki, for example?
In Thessaloniki many years ago, but all over Greece, hundreds every year. I have been in 4 earthquakes in Greece. I managed this in my previous work, I was working in the Ministry of Civil Protection. So we work on the crisis after the incident. I have seen the results of such crisis, and I hope that we won't face this in Kalamaria, but we must be ready.
Okay, great. Wonderful. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Can we have the Setubal? Yeah, can you answer this question also, please? Nuno.
Yes. I don't know if you are hearing. The city identified the need to involve citizens in risk.
So a quick introduction of yourself.
Myself. Okay. Well, I'm Nuno Souza. I'm a civil protection engineer. I work in civil protection municipal service of Setúbal. I'm accompanied by Katia Fer, which is also my colleague, and Carmen Caetano, which deals with managing calls and financial money. She works with money. So, yes, it's very good to bring the person who. No. Setúbal is a municipality in Setúbal, in the south of Lisbon. We have 123,000 inhabitants. The territory, Bamba was there with Vanessa and Sasha, and they met the place and they saw the risks that we have, and we have it all besides volcanic risks. So we have to be prepared to respond to all major hazards that can affect the community. In accordance with that, the city identified the need to involve the citizens, but also, of course, we already have been involving the citizens. So RiskPACC just reinforced the need to involve the citizens in risk knowledge and risk perception, reducing the existing gap. We recognize that there is a gap between risk perception between civil protection authorities and the citizens. And in a general sense, the citizens are aware of self-protection measures because we have been developing programs and actions in schools and exercises, live exercises, so people can be on knowledge on what to do, but also from public schools, because there are programs on public schools on how to cope with catastrophes. But as a community, citizens are not very well organized, and they don't know, for instance, the municipal emergency plans that they exist, but they are not known by the citizens. But we see something that when accidents occur, when civil protection authorities come and respond and coordinate and command, the citizens do what they are told to do. So in that sense, it's good. It's a good practice. So, as I said, Setúbal is subjected to all natural, technological, and social risks. Besides, from our point of view, besides reducing the risk perception gap just between the citizens and the civil protection authorities, there's a need to also to reduce the risk perception gap between different levels of public administration, because emergency management is not just performed at the local level. It's performed on regional level and national level. And we have to all speak the same language. So we also identified that. So we propose a top-down and bottom-up shared channels of communication with funding and the execution of measures. And also the participation in the project highlighted our perception that tools are a need to help civil protection authorities on how to better cope with this topic, a topic relevant to co-produce and co-create local resilience strategies, but also regional and international strategies. Setúbal participates in EFUS, is a member of EFUS, but also from the Resilient Cities Network from the United Nations. We belong to these international networks, and belonging to those networks, we actively participate through networking, and we try also to access to these platforms of knowledge of best practices and funding. And this is my comments to your first question. Thank you.
Okay, just a quick question. Like, what kind of tool were you using before? Like, you were interacting with the RiskPACC project, and what's new the RiskPACC project brought to you? What does it change in your maybe crisis management and strategy maybe?
From our point of view, we used the Aeolin app. It was the technological tool that we used. But before the knowledge of the RiskPACC project, we had an own developed app that we used. It's called Setúbal SOS, and it works similarly with the Aeolin app. So it's not new for us because we had this work 5, 6, 7 years before knowing this app. So in that matter, it's not new. What's new and not totally new are the concept tools and the organization, the framework of the concept tools. And for me and for us, it would be something interesting to develop more work on this type of concept tools, not just the technological ones, but also on the social part.
Okay, thank you. So I'll give the floor to the city of Heidelberg right now to give us their answer to the question.
My name is Andrea Kasper-Tron. I'm from Heidelberg and the Civil Protection Authority, and we're situated in the House of the Fire Brigade. And our main thing we want to say is the RiskPACC game is very important for us, because We found out when you came to us and we had 20 or 30 persons sitting around tables and playing the RiskPACC game, the first discussion was, what is our biggest problem? Is it floods or is it blackout, or what is the biggest problem? And so we found out maybe it's necessary to do a risk analysis to find out which are the most needs we have. And later on, we go deeper in the problems. And at the moment, we are doing a resilience analysis for things like blackout, and we are still in process with the floods. We have some sensors in Heidelberg in the city to see heavy rain risks and going maybe sometimes in forecast for us, and doing experiences out of this. And this was very good because with the RiskPACC game we got into a process of discussion much deeper, and we got some tools, and we discussed about technical tools and also social tools, which both are needed. And this is what the process of the RiskPACC game gave us, and we think about to develop it for us also, and to look, are there more possibilities to adapt the RiskPACC game, also playing it with pupils in schools, or doing it with, we did it with students. We had a lot of students, and we had good discussions, but we're not sure if it is if we needed easier for children to get in process with the children and to see their needs, if they would use apps like the Aeolian app or other apps, and I'm sure so they will.
Okay, interesting. And so, Andrea, just a quick question, like, what were your strategy in order to exchange with citizens before the RiskPACC game? How were you doing in order to get deep in this kind of subject with the citizens before? So what the RiskPACC game bring something new in this strategy, in these exchanges with the citizens?
It's to find out very quick some solutions for it, and to prioritize solutions, and to get deeper in process with deeper questions.
Okay.
And that's it. Yeah.
And how were you doing before?
I'm not long enough in this job to say, because it was one crisis after crisis. So when I came, it was Corona. Afterwards, it was the situation with the gas. We had problems to get the country heated in winter, maybe, and there's this one crisis after crisis that leads us to maybe energy will be not enough, and we have to get strategies to find solutions for maybe we have no energy, like electricity, and so we were still in a crisis modus, not in a modus where we say we're just behind the situation. That's not a good situation, and we hurry up to get before.
Okay, great, wonderful. So I will move to the next question. If there are some other insights from the audience, the participants here or online. Okay. So about the uncovered aspects, I just want to know from the cities, like, what aspects of crisis management do you feel that the RiskPACC project has not adequately covered? So I will start this time from Mr. Tubal, please. If you, what is missed?
Okay. from our point of view, and it's just our point of view, in terms of crisis management, we believe the project doesn't address the issue of funding and maintenance of proposed.
Sorry, the issue of?
The issue of funding and maintenance of proposed technological solutions, because they are here, the solutions are here, the participants can use, but afterwards, we don't know how to, and if they will be available or not. Because I believe the technological solutions belong to enterprises, so they have rights on the tools. But as an invited city, we felt some degree of difficulty to use the developed tools, all the developed tools. To use the tool, it was suggested to read handbooks and manuals in a moment where in today's contemporary way of life, and Heidelberg just said that because she was the colleague was dealing in crisis, was in crisis mode, and she had the question of time. And well, it's what I say here. In today's contemporary way of life, time is a resource, and tools should be intuitive and easy to use. We also felt the project resolved around academic view of problems without eventually the proper level of integrations of field operatives, so people that come from the field and that deal with the real problems. For my point of view, that I have a background of field but also studying in the academia, I felt that the project was majorly on the academia level. It was also identified as a difficulty that the installation of tools in available communication operating systems that was said today. For instance, the EOLIN app only is possible to install in Android the devices. Another issue also, it was not adequately addressed the right of access to disabled people to the developed tools in case of people that have problems in seeing or deaf. It's not generally of general use.
Okay.
Language, also a problem. For us, Portuguese, if we want to involve the elderly or people with low levels of school, we would have a problem. So the Portuguese language is not there, and it's an European project. So also, the use of technological platforms implies knowledge and literacy in technology. And sometimes, if we know the real composition of society, there's not a vast majority of people that have the proper knowledge of technological knowledge to use the technological tools that are developed.
Okay. Thank you a lot. Well, Calamaria, please.
The same problem. I think it's on academic level. Also, you see that you face the problem as all the crises with a unique how can I say manner. Yes, it requires a different approach. Differentiation and the individuality of a crisis is the main aspect to...
Differentiation of what? Sorry.
Yes, I mean, about a traffic accident and an earthquake is not the same crisis. You have, you may have different tools and different approach in each tool for every crisis. And so another problem is the platform must be leveraged in operatively in nationwide. All over the nation must be the head of the operation system, if I can say, and spread the knowledge to the CPAs all over the country.
Okay.
Because we have, in every municipality, we have a lack of staff and also fundings. So it's in a major disaster, an earthquake, for example, the number of reports would be very high, and the management of these reports would require a large number of people to manage it. So we must find a formula, maybe to be more simple, to see the different messages, maybe to combine 2 or 3 programs, just like Aeolian and public sonar. I think the combination of 2 tools or 3 tools must have very best result, I think. This I can address for a moment.
Well, interesting. Okay. Yeah. No, you can go ahead, go.
About the technical problems, I have already sent it to you because we had many problems with the chat. I already have reported it to Chrysula as well because she's continuing to work on the Aeolian app. And I think there is enough floor to improve it, and it could be when we improve, if it is improved, then it can be used at a national level. So because as no, how's your name? Okay, said, we must speak the same language. We cannot use something in our municipality and the other municipalities in Greece have something else. It cannot be, because it's very important to use these apps from people who are on their way, for example, and they want to report something, but for example, I'm driving from Thessaloniki to Athens, and I have to report a fire that I see on my way to Athens, but the people there and the authorities there should use the same app. It's very difficult to have different apps. I know.
Yeah.
You understand what I mean?
Yeah, it's about standardization and how to better harmonize all the procedures and make it accessible to like whoever is a CPA.
Yes, because the apps are very useful for the people to avoid things as well.
Okay.
To know what they do to do.
I got your point. And yeah, I think we were doing a research project, and that was just a phase where we were also testing it, and it's not something that we deploy to each city and so far, but yeah, that will be for sure something to keep in mind for the future of RiskPACC, yeah, for sure. Okay, so I will move to Heidelberg.
Very interesting, because you've said all those things I noticed, but I've some a little bit more, because it's language, yes, and it's language in for the nations, and also the level of the language, and also maybe you need a language for handicapped persons. I'm not sure how the handicapped persons get the information, and they need it very easy. Some also easy language for handicapped persons, and there's another point, fake news. I'm not sure whether this is an aspect which is very covered, because anti-democratic agitation is also caused by catastrophes, and if there's a catastrophe, there are some crazy persons. I say they're crazy because they make the situation not better; they make it worse, and there should be any instrument to filter out those anti-democratic and fake news things, to get real and correct information. And there's another aspect, because CPAs will not have enough resources to read all those information. And I talked to somebody here in the in between, and said, you need not to observe the problem, you need to solve the problem. CPAs are still working in the problem. They can't observe if if everybody is telling them in the street the water is 50 centimeter or 60 centimeter. They can't answer. They have to handle, and they have to say, okay, go out and solve the problem. But not only to read. It's not easy to find a way in between, not to observe, not only to observe, but everybody needs observation, but also to handle. And it's a thing with the human resources, civil protection, and authorities that they have got. We are 4 persons for 160,000, and I'm sure you will not have much more. And that's one of the problems. You don't get 20 persons just checking an email account. And yes, and there will be a flood of information, and there's also a flood of information, and I'm not sure whether the people get out. This is the right app, and we should look at this platform, because in Germany we have Nina and Cat1, and Nina, I'm sure they told us in Heidelberg it's about 14 million persons looking at. They've installed Nina. It's a warning app, and so I'm not sure whether there's a possibility for coexisting a lot of apps. We need it very close together, and this is what you said for every problem an app, and it's not easy to find a way out. What is better to have one app which builds up every problem, or to have a lot of apps coexisting next to each other for alert, for wildfire, for earthquake, or for flooding, and I'm not sure which is the best, and maybe the population has to decide, and it will the experience will bring the solution.
With everything combined in this tool.
Okay. Well, thank you a lot. Thank you, Andrea. So I'll move to the last question. I'll give you the floor, so Andrea, so that you will be the first one to speak there. So yeah, I think some kind of this the answer to this question, you raised it in the previous one. So in your opinion, what are the key areas that the RiskPACC project could improve to enhance its effectiveness in crisis management? So I think in some words or just concept on what you think about it. Andrea, do you want to take the floor? Yeah, so that, yeah.
So areas for improvement. I think the technical tools can be improved. You heard what the people in Heidelberg said. We had students in our group, and it was about 20 or 30 persons, and also colleagues of mine working like geographic information system or data protection, and in terms that they deal with things like catastrophes and mapping and stuff like this, and they said that we need, first of all, we need compatibility, and we need links and buttons that work seriously, and there were a lot of technical things, simplify interface, improve navigation, and sometimes I was not sure what they want to say, because we didn't ask deeper. Some say we need more information on the platform. Some say we need different information, and it's not. And sometimes it is. One needs more information, one needs less information, and it's not easy to find out what is the best. Maybe this is a thing the future will bring. I'm not sure, and yes, that's a short thing of me. I think you can. Yes, you will. I'm sure. Was heißt denn? Ich bin gespannt auf. I'm waiting for your things. What do you say?
Nuno, so what do you say?
So these are thoughts, just thoughts. How the key areas where the RiskPACC project can be improved for us in trainings. It's an area where the platform could develop intuitive training modules regarding hazards, risk identification and report, risk perception, risk analysis, risk management, self-protection measures. So in the field of training, we believe it's a possibility to enhance the platforms or the solutions. Also, as a knowledge repository, if we have a European network, the platform can be used as a knowledge repository, and so cities can go there and so the platform can create an information data bank with analysis report, with handbooks, with risk case scenarios, with case studies, with cities coping strategies. So a database with knowledge so cities can access. Also, the platform could try to come to develop an European level alert system with meteorological alerts, with information about major ongoing accidents or developing catastrophes. Also a topic of borders, catastrophes that affect borders and can affect a country or another country, so they can share resources mutually. Also, the development of intuitive web communication talking platform. We know that that was developed in here in this project, but something way similar with what people use, something like WhatsApp. Most people use WhatsApp, simple things that people can communicate. And the integration of geospatial risks from natural and technological sources with modules of artificial intelligence analysis for response and operations. So that the platform analyzes the data that civil protection authorities input and makes artificial intelligence analysis on how to cope with the inputs that we put there. Of course, taking in considerations the type of risks. And those are our key areas where it can be improved.
Okay, thank you a lot. Calamaria? Alex? No. Yes, thank you.
Can you? Yes. Well, I would like to present the comments from a volunteer rescue team, which we had a meeting with some representatives of them. It's very important because they are working on the field. So they are looking at different aspects from the citizens. So, on the whole, the platform and the application, because we tested the Aeolian app, can only be exploited if they operate nationwide and in the cloud. There are concerns about their usefulness in case of a major earthquake with many disasters, since mobile networks cease to function, so there will be no access to the internet in countries where satellite networks are operating. There would be no such problem. This is an aspect which has been discussed not only with the members of this team, but with the pupils of the school that we had the same presentation of and the same testing of the platform and the presentation of the platform and the application. The issue of the staff, which everybody I think mentioned before, who will manage the reports through the platform, was also raised, as the platform requires constant updating and monitoring. In the event of a major earthquake disaster, the number of reports will be very high, and the management will require a large number of human resources. It seems to be workable for single, smaller scale incidents. That's what they commented on. Both the app and the platform could be useful for educating citizens on their preparedness in case of an earthquake. In the training section, quizzes suitable for children and adults can be loaded, while in the AR campaign it is possible to add the city's earthquake exercises. Also, informative material on preparing against the risk of earthquake can be added. And on the map, it would be useful to provide information on the 104 shelters available in Kalamaria, which Alexander is now, you can talk about it later, he is reporting them now and mapping them, as well on the relevant institutions to which citizens can turn in case of disasters, for example, hospitals, civil protection services, fire brigade, etc. It should be possible to search for the sites and institutions through a search engine with the addition of filters to find them directly, so to make it more friendly to the end users. And of course, for people who are handicapped, as you said, for example, the students commented on that. It should, the letter should be bigger, said the student, and so on. So as for people who have problems, yes, it must be more useful for and more simple. The manuals maybe should be shortly be when you enter the apps. You could have a manual, not a manual, a short something, a short video, for example, the video of the app. But it was very, very quick because when we presented it, the people could not very. It was you saw the video, so I think it's it could be shorter and more informative. I think.
Like a tutorial, yeah.
Mm.
Okay.
You can, Alexander can tell you about what he's doing at now.
In Greece, as we say, it's a major problem, the earthquakes. So every city must have a plan and areas that people should go where the earthquake hits. So in Kalamaria, we have 104 areas that we must find and and should organize for people when the crisis hits. These areas, I think, that must be on the app. So if people have to find in the crisis time, be able to go, something like this. I think that every city must have the solutions on the tool for the crisis. I mean, I don't know if you understand what I mean. For every crisis.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, somehow. Like the goal here was...
Okay, if earthquake hits Thessaloniki or Kalamaria, people must know how to save their lives.
Okay.
You cannot use 5 applications, 10 applications this time to inform other people, to find where to go, to speak with the authorities. It's very difficult.
Yeah, I think it's close to the reflection of Andrea, who was saying that we don't need to, sometimes we need to handle the problem, but yeah, I think also we need to know what is the problem about in order to handle it. And yeah, RiskPACC also is here first to communicate about the risk, what it is happening, and after that, I think, yeah, there are some, how can I say, some more competent people who are firefighters or from hospitals or the municipality who will handle the problem with the tools and the knowledge that they have. And yeah, the project is here first to relate about the risk that is happening, and yeah, how to help you so communicate in a more quicker way about this risk, and so give you all the information in order to help the cities to handle this risk. And yeah, but I think there is still some areas of improvement about the project, and the two-way communication, yeah, we can still do better to make it effective and make it better. And yeah, I can also, from what you said at the beginning, the needs covered by the project, that the project indeed creates some new solution that that help you better address the risk that you were facing, and that wasn't existing before. For example, yeah, from also the feedback testing that we did around the cities, yeah, we saw that that was a new technology, and that is a need of the cities, a need to have these technological tools and conceptual tools also to address this risk, and yeah, to sometimes rely on new solutions and not only the traditional tools. But yeah, there are still way to improve, way to do better, and yeah, if you don't have some other comments about something to add about this. Okay, great. I think I will stop here. Thank you a lot, and thank you for also doing the travel, being here, and your involvement in the project during these years. I know that it wasn't easy, and yeah, I want to thank you a lot, everybody, for the welcome also that we had in your context, in your city, and being part also of this project. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Bamba, for moderating this, and for the cities for sharing your experience. I think that was really useful. Yeah, so we are already reaching the wrap-up session. So yeah, I hope you learned a bit about first in the morning about how RiskPACC is situated more in the broader context of EU research, with some examples of sister projects. And then, yeah, you learned about the main approaches and results of the project, including the conceptual approaches and the tech solutions. You saw how the RiskPACC game can work, and how the transfer, to new environments has worked out. And so just a very quick overview. As you know, the project is finishing in August, so we are wrapping up things, finalizing, amongst others, the training material. So there has been a draft, and this is now updated. Same for the RiskPACC framework. And then there has been actually already submitted, like 2 days ago, a deliverable on the physical RiskPACC, which includes the RiskPACC game. We are currently developing a white paper and roadmap, which also summarizes the RiskPACC results. We are also developing some recommendations targeting the different audiences, so the citizens, the civil protection authorities, and the policymakers, which will then also be added integrated in the platform. So under this QR code, you will find a feedback form, right? Where we would like to give you now around 10 minutes to fill that in. That would be very useful for us. There will be a report on this final event, and your feedback would be very, very valuable also to feed into that report. And then we will do the actual final closing of the session. So yeah, let's have around 10 minutes for answering the feedback form. All right, thank you very much for answering our questionnaire. So are there any other final questions or remarks that you would like to share with us here in the room, or also the participants online? Maybe in addition to what you have shared in the feedback form? Is there anything in the chat? No. All right. Then it just leaves me to say a big thank you, first of all, to EOS for organizing this event. And then, of course, to our project partners who supported us in having this event today, especially those giving a presentation or leading a session. Our panelists, of course, at least 2 of them have already left. Maybe the 3rd one online is still there. Our associated cities for sharing their experience. That was very, very useful. And yeah, of course, all other participants for their interest, for being here and the contributions. So thank you very much. And then I think the last thing to share is information on the dinner tonight. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you to the online participants for being here. And yeah, for the people in the room, I hope to see most of you later at the dinner. Thank you very much.